close. It's not even like, oh, well, this is maybe the second. No, no, the worst. Just bad. If you were to ask random indigenous tribe to rate this, they would be like, dog, get me the fuck out of this room. I want to go back to the jungle because this fucking stream was so fucking boring. I'd be like, I know, it's just the worst. It's the worst. Just, there's never been a stream worse than this. Ever. 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 Just the worst. What is this bullshit? This is the worst stream ever, kids. If you've ever been like, well, let's think of it. I don't even know what's the second most boring stream of all time? Oh, wait, did somebody one time leave their phone in their pocket for hours? It's just the worst stream. I've never had a worse stream. I've never seen a worse stream. Somebody could propose to me, hey dog, you want to just live stream your life all the time? And I bet it'd be really fucking exciting, unless it was your life. Then it'd be the worst. Worst stream ever. Alright, minimize. Play that shit. Play that funky music. I bet this is recording. Click it. Just the worst. Just don't even try to be good. Feeling pretty good about myself. The worst. Worst. This is so bad. It's like lot worse. Man. Like the worst. The worst. Oh, I like how it went for 1 fucking minute. Are you fucking serious about this shit? It's the worst. Happy moment. You are the first and only contestant who ever killed a movie show. Bow and arrow. In 20. Take me. Yeah, so fun, and I just decided I'm not here to starve. I'm here to like try to, I don't risk it. I would pick berries almonds every day, and it's actually really pleasant. Very almond. And I also had this whole trap of airlines set out everywhere, so I had all these. I was getting rabid. Well, then I was actually taking a rabbit out of the air, and I heard a clank, kind of alarm system, string and cans. So it's another thing that could not work. And it came through. Oh, I heard the cans clank. No way. So I ran over. I didn't know exactly something was. I ran over and jumped in the boat next to the funnel exit. Sure enough, running up, and your heart gets pounding like crazy. Probably could have waited a little longer. Perfect broadside shots. It was pretty close, 24 yards, but which makes it a little harder to make a perfect shot. And so I hit it, and it kept off running, and it stopped. I was super excited. I couldn't believe I actually, oh my gosh, really good shot. You all excited, but it stays back in your head, particularly when you're first learning to hunt. There's always an animal that gets away, make a bad decision, or that's not a great shot or something, and part of it. And so, of course, you're like, I'm not going to be
shore there. Sure enough, saw him up. Oh, I was so excited to lay down, but he hadn't died yet. So he sat. He would stand up. I would just lay back down, and then he would stand up, and it was like that for a couple hours, and then finally, and so an animal like that, all of a sudden, it's like, off and lays down. It's actually very calm, and if you can leave it in that if you chase after it, that's as soon as it's panic, adrenaline kick, and never find it. So I didn't. I knew if I tried to get it with another arrow, there's a stop, but also not bad chance to take off or even back. It's dangerous, and so I just chose to wait it out. And at one point, it up and fell over, and I could tell it died. Walked over, like actually touched it.
What the fuck is perception?
Like that whole burden of weeks of got rid of it. To be honest, it's one of the happiest. It's really hard to.
What about staff?
Because it's
I like
so
that color.
real, so directly.
Oh, my hair looks.
Also, why not? Yeah, I mean, actually, right period. And when you recover the animal, get your hands on it, it's longer than I wanted. I finally got it.
You actually speak to the kill shot itself, just
That's
what it takes to take not pretty valid, like not way too long.
Yeah. I mean, another thing about for every animal you get, you probably don't get, 9 10. Turned the wrong way when you were drawn back or way behind a tree or you never shot or whatever it is. And so every time you can see a moment coming, your heart starts beating. You have to like breathe through it. I can almost.
One of the most major dumps,
Try to stay calm.
perhaps in global history, right? Which is done.
Come up, got back, you practice a lot, so you have like
The worst.
memory of triggers. And animal ethically decided God as you can. Make sure it hit in heart. That happens. It's a pretty quick death, but death is part of life, and for a wild animal, probably the best way to go. Now, when an animal's kind of walking towards you, but not directly towards you, that's what you call quartering towards you. You can picture it's actually pretty difficult to hit both lungs, shoulder blade, and all that bone in the face. So you have to make a perfect shot. And to be honest, when I took my shot, I was a couple of right. And so it went to the first lung and then arrow all the way in. But it didn't allow that to breathe thing, which meant that it stayed alive longer.
What's your relationship with the animal like that?
That's an interesting thought. No matter what your relationship, however you choose to go through life, whatever you eat, whatever you do, death is part of life. Like every animal that's out there, even plants, we're all part of the ecosystem. I think it's really easy in a particularly environment, but anywhere to think that it's separate. But we are very much part of it, whether it be farming requires all habitat growing, and when you get the supply different animals, all kinds of potential habitat. So it's not cost free. And so when you realize that, then you want to produce the food and the things you need in an ethical manner. So for me, hunting plays a really major role in that. Like I literally know how many animals a year it takes to feed my family and myself. I actually and it's like, and I know what the cost of that is. And I'm aware of it. I'm out in the woods and I see hell. I really love the species, love the animals, but there's the fact that one of those individuals, is going to have to be, and particularly like on a longer, very high that experience. So got that one. So thankful. I wanted to give that big guy a hug and say, sorry it was you.
There's that picture of you just almost hugging.
Right.
You can also think about it. Calories, fat, that comes from that.
Right. Great. The gratitude, like, definitely there.
What about the bow and arrow?
Well, when you hunt with a bow, you just get so much more up close with animals. You can't just get it yards away. You actually have 30 so yards. And when you do that, the experiences you have are just way more dragged out. Your heart control your nerves longer. More often than not, it doesn't go your way and it gets away and hiking around.
This shit is still going?
Right in front of you, and other cow, elk, and animals running around you. You end up having really, I don't know, experiences with the animal just because you're in it, kind of in its world, playing its game. It has its itself, try to to get over those, and it really becomes, it's not easy. It becomes kind of that test game, and animals are always tuned in, slightest stick, or whatever it is. So there's something really pure and fun about it. I will say that aspect is fun. And it's like how we're ever, and I think it speaks to that part of us somehow. And I think bow hunting is probably the pure form of it, and that you get those experiences more often. Rifles, I don't know, I enjoy it a lot. And the way they do regulations, that's kind of the best times to hunt are usually allowed for bow because they're kind of it's fair for the animal and such.
I don't understand it.
Makes you natural.
This is the worst, though, I can tell you that. I've never known anything worse than this. But this software. I mean, it's cool that I can do that shit. Snap into place. Basically. God, try to fucking moonwalk on this bee. Oh shit! I don't know if I should do this. I'm a big boy. This is this wanna touch me? That's a cool. It's celebration. Oh. I gotta take a. I don't even know. Kids, sometimes I just have to go on the toilet. Sit there with my phone. Just. comforting. I had to take a Oh, man.
It's actually the challenge if they kind of look at it.
Yeah, the challenge is that you
There's this girl, there's someone that will
don't really know
touch
if
me.
and things like that.
And man next to me. It's celebration. Oh, you. Oh, that shit.
And sleeping bag, fishing stick, bow and arrow, trapping wire.
Yeah.
No major regrets. I took the stock. I thought it was safer. I didn't really need it. In hindsight, if I was season 7 and 6 and got to watch, I would have taken the net. I just planned to make a net. I would have brought one and left the saw because in the northern woods in particular, every tree's, the size of your arm or less. You got it. Wings. Yeah, you don't really need the saw. And so it's handy at times, but I think if I had to do 9 items, I would have been
The thing that's just expand
yeah.
and trapping. Okay with the little you brought.
Snare wire was good. I ran some. I used all my snare wire. I ran trap line, just a series of traps, wood, brush, every place you can find. Snare, a little mark on the tree so I knew where that snare was, and make these pads, woods, and I put out, I don't know, 150 different snares. So every day I'd get a rabbit or two out of them, and then I had a lot of rabbits, but once I got the moose, I actually put all those snares down, catching it needlessly, and come to find out, you can't live off rabbits. Man cannot live off rabbits.
You set up a huge number of traps. You were also fishing and always on the lookout for.
Yeah.
So like, what's in terms of survival? If you were to do it over again, over and over and over and over, like how do you maximize your chance?
Be really adaptable because it's always going to look different. I actually had what I thought was a good plan going in. And just the location didn't allow for what I thought. So I thought I would do a bunch of fish because I'm on a really good fishing lake. A whole bunch of fish, let them rot, drag them all through the big pile.
Yeah.
That was the plan, and I thought, but when I got there, one, I had a hard time getting up the path, and then for two, it had burned prior, so berries. There were very few berries with me. There weren't grouse, there weren't bear, there weren't, they had all gone to other places where berries were. And so what I had grown accustomed to kind of relying on in Siberia was there, Russia, similar environment, grouse, berries, grouse, berries, fish, but I had to reassess part of from start like I just back, and then right away I saw that there was tracks, so I just started to plan for that. I moved my camp area that was as removed as I could be from where all the action is, where the tracks were, so that I wasn't disturbing animal patterns. I made sure the predominant wind was blowing out my sense to see, to the water. And then, really, to be honest, if you want to actually survive somewhere, different alone, but you do have to be active. And it has to. You're gonna have to. You're not gonna live. You're not gonna be sustainable by starving it out. You just have to unlock the key that is sustainability. And I think there's a lot of areas that will have that potential to figure out what it's usually going to be a combination of fishing, trapping and hunting. And once you have some fishing and trapping will get you into that's hunting, and that'll buy you 3 or 4 months of time. Continue, to keep hunting again, and you just have to roll off of that. But every, where you are, what opportunities.
Okay, so that's the process, fishing and trapping until you're successful hunting, and then the successful hunt buys you some more time.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Just go around.
And then go around like that, and that's how I did it forever. The pressure was, I noticed that, you got that moves, happy for a week or so, and then you expect to be like, finite. But I have to do this again, and you imagine if you had a family that was going to starve if you weren't successful, the next time. Always that pressure, It made me really, appreciate that. But to deal with.
Well, in terms of being active, you have to do stuff all day. Get up and planning. Mm-hmm. Like, what am I gonna? In the midst of the frustration, you have to figure out what's how do you put up all the crap? Is that a decision? Most people sit at the desk looking out. Are you figuring out
one thing about wilderness life in general? Remarkably less scheduled. Schedules are fairly of the modern context. I usually wake up and you have a confluence of things you want to do, things you need to do, things you should do, and you just kind of tackle them that fit as it flows in. So and that's actually one of the things that I really appreciate about that lifestyle is it really kind of in flow. And so I'd wake up and wander over and fish, and I'd be like, I'm gonna go check the trap line, add every day if I add 5 or 10 pairs. You're constantly adding to your production potential, and then but nothing's really scheduled, kind of flying by the seat of your pants.
But then there's a lot of instinct that there's
so much. Yeah.
You already wisdom from all the times you had to do it before. You're actually operating a lot on instinct. Like you said, where to find shelter. How hard is that kind of?
You're dropped off and all new. Of course, all those things are going to be planned. If you're thinking about a shelter, you have to think of, here's a nice flat spot, a good place, but also there's firewood nearby, and if I'm going to do it, there's enough firewood that I'm walking dry piece of wood, water nearby, it's there open, but also protected from the elements. Sometimes you get great on a calm day, and then so all these factors, even down to taking what game is doing in the area also, and how that relates to where your shelter is.
Where the action will be, you get away from the action, but up to it.
Yeah, you want to be, right. And so, ideal, it depends. You're always going to give and take. And one thing with shelters, location, another thing, you just have to trust your ability to adapt to them. Everybody has got an idea of a shelter. You get there, good, and then you become creative. And that's a really fun process. Allow your creativity.
What kind of shelters are there?
There's all kinds of philosophies and shelters. People, it's fun to see kind of. Mine was fairly basic for the simple reason that I've lived, through winters in Siberia. I knew I didn't need anything too robust. As long as I had calories, I'd be warm, and I wasn't too worried about the cold. But you'll see. So I kept my shelter really pretty simple with the idea that I built a simple A-frame type shelter, and then most of my energy is going to be focused on getting calories. And then, of course, there's always going to be downtime. And in that downtime, I can modify, improve my shelter, and that'll just be a constant process that by the time you're there a few months, you'll have all the keys worked out. It'll be really nice setup. But you don't have to start with that necessarily. You got other needs you got to focus on. That said, you see a lot of people on alone that really focus on, building a log cabin, want to be secure, or incorporating whatever the earth has around, whether it be rocks or whether it be digging a hole. And we've seen some really cool shelters, and I'm not knock it. But everybody got to do is all different strokes for different folks. But in my particular idea, keep it fairly simple. Time. You know, the shelters really need to can't be smoky. That'll be. But it is nice to have a fire inside. Have a fire inside that's not dangerous, smoke free, and airtight. You're never gonna have a warm shelter out there. But as long as the air's not moving through it, you have a warm fire with a fire and dry yourself.
How do you get this?
You have good clay and mud and rock, you can build yourself a fireplace. Surprisingly not that hard.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's take a little hole, start stacking rocks around it, make it actually works. That's not as hard as you might think. For me, where I was, I kind of came up with it as I was there. A-frame. I hadn't built an A-frame shelter like that before. So when I built it, I put a bunch of tin cans in the ground so that air would get the fire. Fed by air, which helps create a draft. But I realized in an A-frame, it really doesn't go out very well, even if you leave a hole at the top, it collects and stuff like that. Then I cut some of my tarp and made this kind of hole in the A-frame, and then I made like a vent that I could pull down and catch the stuff with. And so while the fire was going, blow out the hood vent, and then when it was done burning and the hot coals, I could close it, seal it up, and it actually worked well.
Or something that kind of works.
Yeah, exactly.
I was wondering, I mean, the log cabin, it feels like that's a thing that takes a huge amount of work.
Right. The difference between a log cabin and a warm log cabin is like an immense amount of work, and all the dinky and all the doors.
Did you just call it?
The chimney, yes. But anyway, so, I don't think it's well log cabin. Log cabin. Calories.
Or that work. A lot of the successful companies, they working fast in response to
Change.
yeah, it end up being a lot better if you're able to learn how to respond versus like having a big plan that takes a lot of time.
Right. That's true.
You can speak to like the place you were, the Canadian Arctic. It looked cold.
Yeah, we were right near the Arctic Circle. I don't know, it was kilometers south of the Arctic. It was a really cool area, really remote. Thousands of little lakes. And when you fly over, it's incredible. There must be so many of those lakes I haven't been to. It really was an area, really remote, and for the show's purposes, perfect. It have enough game, enough different avenues forward that I think it really reward activity. But it's a special place. It was Dene tribe that lived there, the Dene people, which interestingly enough, here's a side note. When I was in Siberia, I floated down this river called the Kamenaya. You get to this village called Sulamai, and there's these pets, and there's only 600 of them left. But this is in the middle of Siberia, not like the coast. But their language is related to the Dene people. Somehow, that connection was there thousands of years ago. Super interesting.
Travel.
Right, and the Fremen stayed back there. It's very interesting through history.
Yeah, within language, the history of the people, how that evolves over time, and how wars tell stories. Like language tells a story of language.
Right.
And the barriers that language creates is also that leads to wars and misunderstandings. It's a fascinating tension. But it got cold there. Right? It got real cold.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know I didn't have a thermometer, but I imagine if I got to negative 30 at the most. You know, like it might have it would have definitely gotten colder had we stayed longer. But, yeah, to be honest, I never felt cold out there. I had that one pretty dialed in. Once you have calories, they active. You got to rest. You know, never let, there's a good one if you're in the cold, never let yourself get too cold. Because what happens is you stop feeling what's cold, and then frostbite, and then issues, and then it's really hard to warm back up. So it was so annoying. I'd be out going to ice fish or something, and then I would just notice that my feet is cold. Turn around, go back, start a fire, dry my boots out, make sure my feet are warm, and go again. I wouldn't ignore that. Yeah, you want to make sure you're still feeling things and that you're not toughing through it, because you can't really tough through the cold. Yeah.
What's your relationship? Psychological.
There's some part of it that really makes me feel alive. I imagine them in Austin here, you come go out and that kind of zaps you. Something about that crisp cold that hits your face, it like wakes you up, makes you feel really alive, engaged. You know, it feels like the margins of air are smaller, so you're alert and engaged a little more. There's something that's a little bit life-giving because you feel on an edge. You're on this edge. But you have to be alert because even some of the natives I lived with, the lady had issues because let her head get cold when they're on a snowmobile. Her hat was up too high, you know, that little mistake, and then it freezes part of your forehead and the nerves go. And then you got issues when that was. So you kind of got to be dialed in.
There's a psychological element to me sometimes. If I were to think of what kind of unpleasant I choose, fasting for long periods of time, like without food, in a warm environment, more pleasant than exactly. Like if you were to choose,
I choose the opposite.
Yeah, okay. So there you go. I wonder if you're born with that, or if that's developed. Maybe you're not very lucky, or you gravitate towards it. I wonder what that is. I really don't like survival on the floor.
I think a little bit of it is learned, like almost learned, not. You learn not to fear it. You learn to kind of appreciate it. A big part of that is, I mean, to be honest, it's like dressing more. Sometimes you just can't beat the cold. You just need to dress with the native, you know, all that fur, all that stuff. And then all of a sudden, you have your little have a nice warm fire going, and you know, you got that feet.
Yeah, I think some of it is just opening yourself up to the possibility that there's something enjoyable about it. Like here, and I run in Austin all the time in like 100 degrees, and I go out there with a smile on my face and learn to enjoy it.
Yeah.
And so you just like, I look kind of like you do the cold. I don't think I enjoy the heat while you.
Yeah. I do feel that way. I don't mind the heat that much, but I think you get this. It's probably just a lack. It's kind of scary when you haven't done it and you don't know what you're doing. You go out and be cold. That you.
I mean, you're right. It does make me feel alive. That it like maybe that's the thing that I struggle with this time lower. It does make you feel alive. You get to feel time, but then the flip side of that is you get to feel every moment. You get to feel alive.
Right.
So it's both scary when you're inexperienced and beautiful when you are. But there's times when you got.
I got shot a rabbit on day one, and I snared a couple rabbits on day two. And then more and more I went. So I actually did pretty well on the food front. The other thing is when you have all those berries around and stuff, you do have an ability to like fill your stomach. You don't really notice if you're getting thinner or if you're losing weight. I can say on alone I was not
me, but
yeah, it was. You're perfect. When I left, I weighed what I do right now. I know. I had a couple 100 pounds of I had at least 100 pounds of rice, 3-4 steak. You can't fish. I just think you can't fish. I think it was really boring. It would have been a real Zen master. Really boring. It would have been a real Zen master. But because I had to make you feel like I think it's part of the is with it. Having a good time, fun fishing, plenty of food. But the last person on earth, that would be father. But man, that was for real. That would be father. But man, that was for real. Father.
I think you knew some way you knew for sure. I think your mind was stuck out. That whoever told you your thoughts, whatever.
Right. The power of hope counted for.
Also, you might want to document or want to an alien comes about whatever happened on Earth is a pretty special thing. The last one, you might be like the last person to tell the story of what happened. So that's going to be a way to convince yourself that so the days will go by like this. There will be fun. Boy, would that be a long time.
It would be. That was dread.
Yeah, I mean, going to potential friends. But also, I don't know, I think hope will burn bright for the humans.
That's going to talking you. Think about it. You're always not out of naivety. You're always to look at the positive. You know what I mean? And I think that's a powerful mindset.
Yeah, that'd be a pretty cool survival situation on your life. Yeah. Like I said, many people that's the other Roland Walker knockout one ridiculous. But head to head.
If you want to get me the competitive side of it, I'm pretty dang sure I have talent. But and I didn't have the advantage of I think it's great. Logical. It would have made it really easy once I got the movement. Got them not stress. Made it really easy once I got the movement. Got them not stress. And I felt like the psychology of suddenly kind of messed up. I felt like the psychology of suddenly kind of messed up. They tap because they know how to. Not yeah, they wanted to.
Right. I mean, you have to do that, I guess, with Carl. Don't be counting the days.
No, I think that would be. Then you see that on some of the people do that. For myself, that would be bad psychology. Always disappointing. You have to be settled with the fact that maybe it's pleasant. Maybe game bags, the bird can't peck at it, hang it in the tree. You got to make sure first cool it, cool it by whatever means necessary, hanging it in a cool place with an air belt around it.
How are you?
Yeah, that's
Sometimes,
yeah.
if I have a 12-hour 5-hour Rumble video, 5-hour Rumble video, I might just have
But it was such a. For me, what it felt like was a bit of a rite of passage. I think it felt like a bit of a rite of passage. I think in modern modern life, I did this thing that was huge. And
I took a road across the West also, and I took a road across the West also, and there's a romantic element there too, like freedom of the, well, maybe for me not knowing what the hell I'm going to do in my life. Also excited by all the possibilities. What the hell I'm going to do in my life. Also excited by all the possibilities. Then you need a lot of different backstories. Then you need a lot of different backstories. And also like a lot of people support you for traveling. There's a lot of people kind of dream of experiencing that freedom.
He, rather than traveling, took on stuff, all that, and so he was kind of over and great at
like that. There's just that joy from it the whole way of being. And they're like, they've been to stars like that. God, and he drives a boat and he just smiled, given that everything works.
like, oh, we know that's a bad omen. Anyway, sure enough, we stopped the train. Somebody had seen us on it.
Dream just right now, you know. How are you?
It was not the big deal. And when we got out, and it's all in Ireland. Actually, considered and all that, and understandably so, but you're just like, here. And so then you're young and you have to be nice, and I'm just not right. Being interesting, didn't really not angry, going through some stuff, dumping it out, and having anyone else to dump it out on.
How did you end up in Siberia?
I'll try to keep it a little bit short. But I bet the longer short was that his brother. And I bounced back between those family things. Tell me about their third buddy that prison went, who was a native fur trapper down in our buddy up. One day that guy came through. I don't see you. I don't know, but I got this. I felt like it was a clear call. I have only one request, and that is that you give me the faith to match my act. I'm choosing to believe. Like, I could choose not to, whatever. But choose to act. I just ask. And then honestly, the whole first year I went through, that was a very crazy time for me, learning the language, being isolated, but then trying to approach all that. And then I came back and I realized that wasn't the end of my journey, but it was, whoa, that was like my deepest quest I could come up with. Somehow that had been answered.
That year, like, you couldn't speak language.
Rich language. I remember there was a comedy act in Russian, but saying, one word you can't have it. English is native, can't have it. English is native, meaning like, that's something. But it's just make up these words.
Yeah, definitely. I've recently become a fan, actually, of Volkansky, here. World famous translator, Russian literature. Also, the yes, Pushkin, Dr. Pasternak. It's helped me understand just how much of an art form translation really is. Some authors are more translatable than others.
Or however long it takes to learn a language to be able to start getting the humor. Some of it comes through, but or however long it takes to learn a language to be able to start getting the humor. Some of it comes through, but you miss so much nuance. And you miss so much nuance. And that was really difficult in interaction with people. So like, when there's humor going on and you're totally oblivious.
Everybody's laughing and you're like,
yeah.
Try trying to laugh along. What did they think? Us, to be honest, person that came from descended upon us. All full of love. I've had a nickel for every time I heard like, oh, American. You're American. Like, the only good American I've ever met. You know, I think because I was just tried to work hard, tried to be more useful than I was at Drain, all that. They all appreciated me out there. I heard that a lot. So we talk about their way of life. So like when you're doing fur trapping, experience basically what you do. October or something. Go out to a hunting cabin. Out there. You'll have like 3 hunting cabins. Go cabins. Out there. You'll have like 3 hunting cabins. Go stock them. For the next couple months, however long. For the next couple months, however long, you'll go from one cabin. Usually the guys out. I know the cabin south. So if I just walk south, left. I know the cabin south. So if I just walk south, left, be on the left in the morning, and right in front of me in the day, and by evening it's just end up at my right. You just kind of guess what time it is and follow along. And it takes all day. And you not end up like 100 yards. Oh, this is the trail. That's the cabin. Then the other time I went out, heading over the mountains and about it, hours past it, probably a lot. And then I thought I was halfway there, so I thought, okay, I'm gonna sit down and cook some food, drink. I'm thirsty. Sat down and started a fire, and my matches had gotten all wet. Snow had fallen on me and soaked me, and I didn't have them wrapped in plastic. Drink water, like, well, I'm just gonna power through. I'm halfway there. I kept hiking, and I realized it was getting night. Oh no, that's the halfway point. I can't do this. It's like, right. It's kind of like just one or the other. When you think about what you have to do, it's anything kind of. If I just do it, keep trudging, I'll get there. And you realize I've covered a couple kilometers of the rest. And so when you're really in it in those moments, I guess you just putting your head down and getting through. I've had some of that with wisdom. Like take it one step at a time. One step at a time. I think that a lot. I don't think myself that a lot when I'm about to do something really hard. Just I've actually we can do it one step at a time. Just gonna get. Don't like sit there and think, oh, that's a long ways. Just go, and then you'll look back and covered a bunch of ground. One of the things I realized is the biggest realization is like it really sucks. But when I look back at the end of the day, I won't really remember exactly how much stuff. I'll remember water. And I won't remember hours. I gotta tell you, it's so funny. I like this awareness of that. Having been through it and being aware of it means next time you face it, you're like, no, it's over. I'm gonna look back. I had nothing. Now I can laugh about it. I remember that story. I can smile about it now. And now that I know that, I can be in it and realize that that's what the outcome will be. Once it's over, it's gonna be a story. Survive. You learn about hunger. Almost like a hungry guy. First time, though, it's like let's happen with that guy. Took out all his cousins, native critters. After I like a lot, he took me out to his cousins. No man, they were really open and welcoming. Cousins brought me out there, vouched for me. But it was during fencing, and fencing in Siberia was like an incredible thing. You got
kilometer just log interlocking, tons of work. All these guys are more efficient bodies, better at it, and I'm the working less efficient and also a lot bigger dude. So we're all just crashing kind of, and I got down to 155 pounds. They're getting down pretty dang skinny for my 6'3" frame, and just working really hard. And in spring in Siberia, there's not much forward. In the fall, you find mass. In the spring, you're just stuck with whatever random you got. So that's where I lost the most weight, felt the most hungry, and I had a lot of other issues. I was new to that type of work, so working as hard as I could, but also making mistakes, chopping myself with the axe, all kinds of stuff.
So injuries plus very low calorie intake.
I remember you were the poor son again, stuck slicing the bread, like you're cutting bread and somebody throws all the spoons, drops the pot of soup there. It's like before you can even slice all the meat's gone from the bowl. Everybody else has grabbed the spoon in midair. And you're like, oh! Open this little noodle pot of
Everybody gets, I mean, first come, first serve, I guess.
It's like all the dudes out there.
So you mentioned the axe. You gave me a present. Probably badass one I've gotten. So tell me the story of the axe.
So the natives, when I got there, I thought, I grew up on a farm. I thought I was pretty good. They do tons of work with it. And I really grew to love their type of axe, their style of axe, and an axe. They'd always say it's survive in the wilderness. And so this one has certain, it was unique to the event. One is the Russian head. They're a little wider on top here, meaning you can put the handle through the top and that means you're not dealing with a wedge. If it ever loosens and you're swinging, it only gets tighter. It doesn't fly off. And so that's kind of cool. Then they have what they do that's Wolverine axe. It's got the Wolverine head in honor of the Wolverine I fought on the show.
So you have actually two axes.
This is a little smaller. I didn't want to make it too small because you need some actually kind of weird. But then they sharpen it from one side. So if you're right-handed, you sharpen it from the right side. That means when living, there's a lot of times where you're making a table or a play or an act, whatever you're doing, so you're holding it, and it makes it really good for that planing. The other thing is, especially in northern woods, all the trees are like this big, that you never cut down a big giant tree. And so when you swing with a single-sided axe like this, or from one side, it really, right hand, it really bites and gives you that picture, that angle is going to cause deflection. And without that angle on your right hand, it bites like crazy. So, there's other little, the handle is made by some guys in Canada, it's all hand forged. Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
And so it's a pretty,
it's amazing.
There's other things, like a slightly rounded hole here. It's just a little nuance because when you pound a steak in, picture it if it's convex. You're pounding below the fibers apart. It has just a slight concave. It helps hold the fibers together. And so it's not too flat.
What kind of stuff are you using the axe for?
So the axe is super important. Chop through ice in a winter situation, which you probably hopefully won't need. But what I use an axe all the time for is when it's wet and it's rainy, start a fire. Like it's hard to get to the middle of dry wood with just a knife or a saw. So I can go out there, find a dead tall tree, dead standing tree, chop it down, split it apart, split it open, get to the dry wood on the inside, shave it, little curl, and have a fire going pretty fast. So if I have an axe, I feel always confident that I can get a quick fire in whatever weather. And I wouldn't feel the same without it in that regard. So that's the main thing. Of course, you can use it. I use it animal part, or if you're, but all kinds of, what else? Building a shelter, skinny poles, or whatever.
The use of a saw or
I greatly saw though, as its value goes up quite a bit when you're in hardwood. Like when you're in a hardwood, hickory and things like that, they're a lot harder to chop. So a saw is pretty nice in those situations. Let's say, situations I'd like to have a goal. In the Northwoods, and like more coniferous forests, I don't enough of with a good axe, camp axes and stuff. Just don't think like axes. Like, well, you have an axe. Try a good one first and get good with it. The one thing about an axe that's dangerous that you need to like practice, always control it with 2 hands. Make sure you know where it's gonna go. It doesn't hit you, or when you're chopping like grapes and something. You're not doing it on rock, so that it's you're on top of wood, so that when you're hitting the ground, you're not dulling your axe. So there's gotta be a little bit of
Have you ever injured yourself with an axe?
Oh yeah, that first I got about 3 months later, I just burned my ACL. I went over to Russia, and I was like, well, I got a good knee, it's okay. And then that's when I was building that fence that first time. And at one point, I chopped my rubber boot. My axe was reflected off, and I was really frustrated because I'd done it before. And native guy was like, oh, years ago we left it 4 kilometers that way. So we got the reindeer, took him, rode him over. Sure enough, there's some right on. Pull it out, put it on, I was like, sweet, back. Went back a couple days later, chopped it, got your foot, got my rubber boot, and I was just like, dang it. Mad enough to grab the axe and swung it at the one hand, it flashed off and bam, right into my and I was like, oh, I fell down. I was like, oh my gosh, get your axe really like razor sharp, and just swung it into my knee. I didn't even look. I was like, oh no. If I looked, it wasn't a huge wound because it had hit right on the bone of my knee, but it split the bone, cut a tendon, and I was on the middle. So I literally I knew I was in shock. I was like, I'm just gonna go back to TP right now. So I ran back to TP, laid down, on his hip. I was stuck there for days. That was so much pain, and my other knee was bad. Rough. I literally couldn't even block at all. I had to, roll to the edge of the TV. It's like I couldn't.
Not at in a state of frustration or anger.
There you go. It's such a lesson. There were so many of those, and I was always in my head, but I kind of do that enough, and you're making a lot of mistakes. But every time you learn, now it's like an extension of my art. That's not gonna happen. I just know how it works.
You mentioned how do you start a fire when everything's around you wet?
It depends on your environment. I will say in the forests I spend a lot of time in all the Northwoods, the best thing you can do is find a dead, standing tree. Maybe downpouring rain, chop that tree down, and then let it open. No matter how much it's been raining, it'll dry on the inside. Chop that tree down, chop a piece, put the long piece out, and then split that thing open, split it again, get into that inner dry wood, and try to do this maybe under a spruce tree or under your own body so it's not getting rained on while you're doing it. Make a bunch of little curls that'll catch a flame or light. Then you make a lot more kindling and dry wood than you think. You'll have to light it, burn through it. Dang it. Just be patient. It's fine. Make a nice pile of curls in light or spark, and then a lot of good dry kindling, and then don't be afraid to just boom, 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 pile a bunch of wood on and fire, get warm as fast as you can. It's amazing how much that is of a recharge it is. Cold. Once you get that going, yeah, then it's dry as it goes. You can just split open and get all that nice dry inside.
I saw that fat wood.
Yeah. Fat wood. On a lot of pine trees, the place where the tree was injured when it was alive, it like pumps sap to it. And this is a good point because I use it a lot. It pumps that tree full of sap, and then years later the tree dies, dries out, rots away. But that sap used like turpentine. It's oily, wet, it light it, water, and find that in rain. Take a little pile of the crappiest bark or light and burn like a factory fire. You know, it's really nice to get the spot. That's a thing. That's a big what was that? That was oil? Oh, it was oil added sawdust. I don't know how many times I've watched Happy Feet here in the Taiga, but where is that located? There's this big river called the Yenisei that feeds the middle of Russia, and there's a bunch of tributaries off of it. And one of the tributaries is commonly in Tunguska, and I was up that river, and just a little way north is another river called the Bakhta, and that's where that village is, where they still had it. So, in Siberian terms, we're neighbors. Nice. Similar environment, similar place. That's fur trapper that I knew the guy. What would you say about their way of life? Maybe in what you've experienced and what you saw in Happy. There's something really powerful about spending being independent. You know, depending on what we talked about earlier, but you're putting yourself in these situations all the time where you're uncomfortable, where it's hard, but you're rising to the occasion. You're gonna have to. But when you're fur trapping, you find yourself somebody else to look at, to blame for anything that goes wrong, yourself that you're reliant on, and there's something about the natural rhythms that you are in when you're that connected to the natural world. It really does feel like that's what we're designed for. There's a psychological gain that much time in that world. And for that reason, I think that, you know, people that are connected to this place are I've noticed it a lot with the natives. So if I just met the natives in the village, I would think of them as like unhappy. Like they drink a lot. They fighting, murder rate is through the roof, suicide rate through the roof. But the same people out in the woods, I thought, and it's kind of it's an interesting juxtaposition. But then you know I looked at had the reindeer herding going around, and everybody kind of benefited because of that. Also, it didn't hold those ways anymore, and so everybody was just village life. It just felt like a dark place. Whereas the other native village, it was rough village because everybody's grandpa. Funny that people that go trap that have still don't have a awareness to like stop themselves drinking. It's strange that you're not able to you're happy, not able to the nature of that happy. Really, I've thought that a lot. And it's like there's a huge draw. It's all multifaceted. Like because you know you can be out in the woods and have this really cool life, I will say, is a little bit different for men than women because men are living a dream as far as like what I would like. So you're hunting and fishing and managing reindeer and you got all these adventures. So what ends up happening is a lot more guys and girls out there. There's a draw also. Probably so woman, and then there's a draw of like technology. And I think it, but then once they're there, honestly, everything else kind of. And
It's funny that comfort you brought it, but get to find the comfort. That comfort you become a lesser version of yourself.
Yeah, that's
Weird.
what a lesson for us.
Like we need to keep struggling.
Yeah, a lot of times, of course, a lot of times you drag a guy, but literally just drag him. Need sober up. Like month blackout, kind of sobered up, but now boom, back in life, back in knowledge, capable person, and because comfort's so available to us, well, you almost have to force yourself and it out. Okay, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go do that hard and do that hard thing, and deal with the consequences there.
What do you learn from that on the nature of happiness?
Happiness is like multifaceted. It includes a lot of things that are out of your control and a lot of things that are in your control. And it makes it quite the moving target. You know what I mean? So one of the things that really impacted me when I was a young man and I read Doug Archipelago was pursue happiness because the ingredients to happiness can be taken from you outside of your health. Pursue like spiritual fullness. Pursue I think he words it duty, and then happiness may come alongside, or it may not. But he gives the example of prison camp. Everybody's trying to survive. They've made that their goal. I will, and they've all basically turned into animals in pursuit of that goal, and like whine and feel, and then like somehow the corrupt Orthodox Church produced these who were like candles all this darkness because they did not allow their soul to get corrupted. And he's like, what they did do is they died. They all died, but they were lights while they were alive and lost their lives, but they didn't lose their souls. For myself, that was really powerful to read and realize the pursuit of happiness was exactly what I wanted to aim at. I wanted to aim at living out my life according to love, like we talked about earlier.
Trying to be that candle.
Trying to be that candle. Yeah, make that your ideal. And then in doing so, it was interesting. So when for me personally, my personal experience with that is I thought when I went to Russia that I kind of gave up. I was like in my 20s, I spent my whole 20s living in teepees and all this stuff that I thought I could be getting a job, I could be doing a career, I should education, some sort of like what can I do in the future. But I felt I knew where my purpose was, where my calling was. I was going to do it. And it sounds glamorous now when I talk about it, but it sucked a lot of times. There's a lot of loneliness, a lot of like giving up what I wanted, a lot of watching people I cared about. You know, you put all this effort in and you just keep people, you put all this effort in to die. That happened all the time. And then the other thing I thought I gave up was like a relationship. You couldn't, find a partner over there. And so, interestingly enough, now in life, I can look back and be like, "Whoa, weird! Those two things I thought I gave up, where I've been like almost provided for the most. I have this career guiding people in the wilderness that I love. Like, I genuinely love it. I have purpose in it. I know it's good for people. And I have an amazing wife, amazing family. Like, how did that happen? Too bad I didn't exactly. I consciously, in a way. I mean, I hoped it was tangential, but I aimed at something else. The lessons I kind of got from the Gulag Archipelago.
You have mentioned go there. You have suffering, whether it's Armenian, Syrian genocide, whether the Nazi occupation of France. maybe you could tell the story of that. Survival thing runs in your blood.
I love history. Like, I find so much richness in knowing what other people went through and find so much perspective in my own place in the world. The advantage of my direct family, my grandparents, Armenian genocide, they were Assyrians. It was like a Christian minority, indigenous people in the Middle East, Iran, and during the chaos of World War I, and the Ottoman Empire was collapsing and had all kinds of issues, and one of its issues was it had a big minority group, and you could get rid of it, and they get to justify it if they can, like, spelling or this and that, but ultimately it was just a big collective guilt and extermination policy against the Armenians and Assyrians and my grandparents. My grandma was 13 at the time, and my grandpa was 17, which is interesting because it happened almost 100 years ago, but our genesis, my dad was born, and my grandma was pretty old, so, but my grandmother, her dad, taken out to be shot, rounding up all the men, and they took them out to be shot, and they took my grandma and her, she had 7 brothers and sisters and her mom, and they, like, drove her out into the desert. Her dad got taken out to be shot, so his name was Shalman or whatever, took him out. They're all tied up, all shot. He said a quick prayer before they shot him, but he fell down, and he found he wasn't hit. Usually, of course, they'd come up and stab everybody or come off, but there was some kind of an alarm, and all the soldiers rushed off, got themselves in the bodies and disabled on time, so they were naked and, hungry and all that, and he ran out of there, escaped, went into a building, and found a loaf of bread wrapped in dirt, and was able to escape. But he never saw his family. He knew the story. My grandma got taken. Her mother and brothers and sisters they just drove him into the desert until they died. Basically, run him around in circles, and that, and all the raping and the company. And at one point, her mom had the baby, and the baby died, and her mom just collapsed, and I just can't go any further. And my grandma and her sister, like, picked her up. You gotta keep going, and picked her up, left the baby along with the other. Everybody else had died. It was just a picture of them left. And somehow they stumbled across this British military and were rescued. Neither the sister nor my great grandmother ever really covered as far as covered, from what I understand. But my grandma did. At the same time, another village north of Iran there, the Turks came in and were burning down my grandpa's village, and my grandpa's dad was in there. He had like a money belt and stuffed all his money in it, gave it to grandpa, and just told him to run, don't turn back. And they came in the front door as he was coming out the back, and they saw his dad again. Turned around and saw the house on fire. Never knew what happened to his sister. So he was just alone. He ran. Yeah, at some point I can't remember, he like lost his money belt. Like, he took his jacket off, forgot it was in. Something happened. Anyway, so he got refugee. So anyway, both of them had lost basically everything. And then at some point, met in Baghdad, started a family, immigrated to France, and then so happened to World War II. Not invaded. My aunt is alive, but she actually met a resistance fighter, for the under a bridge somewhere, and they fell in love, and they got married. So she had kind of an in on the French resistance at one point, and of course they were all hungry. They'd recently immigrated, but also had Nazi occupation and all that, and so Uncle Joe, the fighter guy, told him, like, hey, we're gonna storm this noodle factory. Like, come storm the noodle factory, and all my aunts ran in there and were like throwing out noodles and wheelbarrows. Everybody was running. And the Nazis came back and took it back over and got a bunch of people and everything. And grandpa had already come from where he came from, was paranoid, so he buried all the noodles out in the garden. And then my two aunts got stuck in that factory overnight with all the Nazi guards or whatever, and then the Nazi guards would all from house to house find everybody that had noodles, punish them, but they didn't find my grandpa's. Fortunately, they searched his house, but not the garden. So they had noodles, and somehow it must have been the factory, but all of it was stuff of that for the whole war years. My aunt ended up getting outed up. They hid behind boxes and crates overnight and stuff. The resistance stormed again in the morning, and they got away. Anyway, chaos. The name was and it loved it. Paradise.
I mean, that's a lot. What lesson do you draw from that on perseverance?
Look, I'm one generation away from all that stuff. Like my aunts and uncles, dads, and somehow I don't have that. What happened to all that trauma? It's like somehow my grandparents bore it, and then they were able to build a family, but not just a family, but a happy family. Like I knew all my aunts and uncles. I didn't know them; they died before me, but it was so much joy. Family reunions were the best thing ever at the Jonas, and they how in one generation did you go from that to that? And it must have been a great sacrifice of some sort to not pass that much, like resentment, or like what did they do to break that chain in one generation?
Do you think it works the other way, like where they're really escape genocide, to escape Nazi occupation, giving them gratitude?
Oh
It's
yeah.
not a trauma in the sense like forever bearing it. The side of that is gratitude to be alive when you know so many people.
Yeah, it must be, because the only footage I saw of my grandma was like they were all kids and stuff and cooking up a rat. And they but a joyful woman, see it in her, and she must have understood how fortunate she was, and so grateful for it, so thankful for every one of those 11 kids she had. So I recognize it in my dad. My dad went through a really slow, kind of painful decline in his health, and he had diabetes, ended up losing one leg, and so he lost his job. He had to watch my mom go to school. All he wanted to do was be a provider, be like a family man. I bet the best time in his life was when his kids ran to him. But then all of a sudden he found himself in a position where he couldn't work, and he had to watch his wife go to school. It was really hard for her, and become the breadwinner for the family. It felt like a failure, and I watched him go through that. After all these years of letting that foot heal, we went out first day, firewood with a splitter, and he crushed his foot in the log splitter. And so then they just amputated it. He got both legs amputated, and then his health continued to decline. He lost movement in his hands, so he was like incapacitated and in a lot of pain. I would hear him at night, pain all the time. And I delayed the trip back to Russia, stayed with my dad for those last 6 months. It was so interesting, having had lost everything. I watched him wrestle with it for years. But then he found his joy and his purpose just in being almost, a vegetable. I'd have to help him roll him onto the cot, take him to dialysis, but when he laughed, he was like, I hear him at night crying, or pain, like, in the morning, encouraging words to say, and that's added. Wow, that's how you face loss, suffering, and he must have gotten that from his somehow from his parents. And then I find myself at a spot like I had this thing that I was like, it felt like this gift kind of handed down. Now I do hand down, but it's kind of a thing.
And be the beacon of that, represents that kind of in a simple way that survival in the wilderness show.
Yeah,
It rhymes.
It rhymes, and it's so simple. Like the lessons are simple.
That's on the survivor side. What about on the Ottomans? What they did to Armenians, Nazis, Jews, Bosnians. What do you? Why do you think people?
Interesting that it's really easy, right? It's really easy. You can almost see it in yourself to justify, um, a little bit of evil, or see some fear a little bit when this enemy gets knocked back in some way. Really, in a way, it's perfectly natural for us to feed that hate, feed that tribalism, and group out group. We're on this. I think that can happen. I think it happens slowly, like one justification at a time, one step at a time. You hear something, and it makes you think, and that you are in the right to perform some kind of, justified and great. Bring a couple of eggs and make an omelet, and then, but all of a sudden that takes you down this whole train where pretty soon you're justifying what's completely unjustifiable.
Gradual.
Yeah,
It's a gradual process, a little bit at a time.
that's why I like having a path of faith like works as like a mooring because it can help me shine that light on myself. It's like something else because if you're just looking at yourself and looking at yourself or your compass in life, it's really easy to get that thing out of whack. But you kind of need a perspective from which you can step out of yourself and look into yourself and judge yourself accordingly. And am I walking in line with that ideal? And without that check, you're subject. It's easy to ignore the fact that you might be able to commit those things, but we live in a pretty comfortable society. Like, what if we pictured yourself in the position of my grandparents, and then all of a sudden you got the upper hand, kind of a, like, what do you get to do? You definitely picture becoming evil in that situation.
I think one thing faith in God can do is humble you, complexity of the world, and humility is a way to kind of just yet another justification that
It is so inherent, so natural in us by ourselves. Really. I mean, I think it's almost understanding history, read history. It blows my mind that I'm super thankful that somehow, and this is somehow this ideology arose that your enemies forgive, forgive those that persecute, and just on down the line. Something like that rose in the world into a position where we all kind of accept those ideals is really remarkable and worth appreciating. That said, a lot of that gets wrapped up in, naturally becomes another instrument for tribalism or another justification for wrong. And so I even myself am self-conscious when I'm talking about it because I know when I'm talking about it, I'm talking about something else. Other than, there's everybody with what someone else might think of to hear me talking about it.
yeah, I've been listening to Peterson talk about this. He has a way of thinking. It's just sometimes hard to understand in the moment, but when I read it carefully afterwards, it starts to make sense. I've heard him talk about religion and God as a kind of base layer, like a metaphorical substrate from which morality or a sense of what is right and wrong comes from. And it's kind of conception of beautiful, like all these kinds of higher are like fuzzy. Understand that their religion helps create the substrate for which we as a species, civilization, come up with these notions. Without it, you are lost. I guess for him, morality requires that substrate.
Like you said, it's kind of fuzzy. So I've only been able to get clear vision of it when I live it. It's not something you profess, or it's something that you take seriously and apply. in your life. When you live it, then there's some clarity there. But that it has to be kind of like it's like, and that's where you come in with religion and the stories, because if you leave it completely undefined, I don't really know where you go from there. Actually, speak to that. I one time with kind of my kid, and I could feel love for them, and I was just like, I just feel so wonderful. Like, but then I was, at times I would try to share them, and I couldn't quite pick my kid, but I could feel the love. And then I started asking all the deep existential questions I could, and I got just one answer, another answer, another answer. Everything was being answered, and I felt like I was communing with God, whatever you want to say. But I was very aware of the fact that communing was peeling back the tiniest corner of it, and it just jumped me with every answer I felt like I could have, and it blew me away. Then I asked it, well, you're the infinite. Why did you reveal yourself? Why did you use this word reveal yourself? And then that infinite amorphous thing had to somehow take form for us to be able to relate to it. It had to have some kind of a form. But whenever you create a form out of something, you're like boxing it in and subjugating it to boundaries and stuff like that. And that's subject to pain and subject to brokenness and all that. And I was like, oh wow. And then but when I had that thought, then all of a sudden I relate my dark hands on the chains to the rest of the experience, and then all of a sudden I could picture my children as the children rather than this amorphous feeling of love. Like, oh, there's one and all. But then they were bounded, and then once they're bounded, that misunderstanding and all that, picture the cell died, unformed thing, and so we need some kind of form. Late, I'm always just talking about God completely intangibly and relate to it. And I was like, oh wow, that's powerful. Putting it in a context.
But ultimately, God is the thing that's formless, that is unbounded.
Right.
But we humans need. I mean, that's the purpose of stories. They resonate with something,
Mm-hmm.
But we need the bounded nature of stories. Otherwise, we'll be can't relate to it. And then when you look at the story literally, look at it as a
Right. And then that was always a lot of my friends. And in a way, I get it. I understand, but I also really see the baby that's being thrown out with the bathwater, and I want to cherish that in a way, I guess.
And it's interesting that you say that the way to know what's right and wrong is to live it. Because it's probably very difficult to articulate. In the living of it, you realize it.
Yeah, and I'm glad you say that, because I found a lot of comfort in that, because I feel inarticulate a lot of the times, and unable to articulate my thoughts, especially on these matters. And the thing is, that's it. But I do have to, I can live it. I can try to live it, And then what I also am struck with right away is you can't love everybody. You can't love your enemies. You can't. But as placing that in front of you is so important. It's like a check on your human instincts, on your tribalism, on your very quickly with evil. It can really quickly take its place in your life. Almost happening, but so I so much appreciate all the me striving. That's where, I grew up in a Christian family. So I had these cliches that I didn't really understand, like a relationship with that. But then I realized when I was trying, I actually did take it seriously, struggling with what it is about a life. So that's like a wrestling match. It's not that simple. It sounds good, but it's really hard to do. And then realize you can't do it perfectly, but in that struggle, in that wrestling match, is where I actually missed that relationship, and that's where it gained life. And how that really, and I'm sure that really, I'm getting at it. Metaphor.
Driving
Right.
of the idea, driving towards the idea of discover how to be a better person.
One thing I noticed really tangibly alone, because I had so many workload for me, kind of just put it all together. I was like, I could do that. Like, I can understand why, or I could not. You know, I do have a choice, and so I had to choose at that point to maintain that ideal, and because I could add enough time alone one night stand, distractions all the time with your head, and I could play those paths out in my life, not only in my life, but I feel like societally for generationally, like I throw it all away, everybody starts from square one, or we can try to redeem what's valuable and wrestle with it. But it just chose that path.
I do think it's kind of wrestling match. I'm like archipelago. I'm very much a believer that we all have, and striving for the ideal it's not a trivial. You have to find the right tools to be able to be the candidate that you look for, and then for that, religion there's other ways, but I think it's grounded in understanding that each human is able to be a really bad person, and that's like a choice, a deliberate choice. It's a choice to take in every moment and build up over time. And part about it, you don't always have a very ability to have to wake up in a society where genocide, and you have to have the courage to realize you're not always obvious.
It isn't, man.
But history has clarity to show where to get back.
Right. Yeah, wrestle with it. That quote, I'm good news goes to the heart of every man, and saying that, our job is to work on that within ourselves.
Yeah, that's the part. What I like. The quote talks about the fact that it moves the line moment by moment, day by day. We have the freedom to move that line. It's very deliberate. It's not like it's born this way.
Yeah, I agree.
And especially in conditions that are like warm. In the case of camps, absurd levels of injustice, all that. When everything is taken away, like the grandma. By the way, the grandma in like all parts of the world are like strongest.
Shout out, grandma.
Like, I don't know what it is. I don't know. They have this like wisdom that comes from patience. All the bullshit of the people that come and gone, all the abuse, power, all of this. I don't know what. And they just keep going.
Right. Yeah, that's so true.
What do you think of John? What do you think of Werner Herzog's style of narration? I kind of wish
Yeah, it's amazing.
that documentary is actually in Russian. I think he a longer series, yeah, and then put narration over it, and that narration transforms.
Yeah, he does an incredible job. But have you seen the full version? Watch the full version. Yeah, you should. it's in Russian, so you'll get the fullness of that. And it's he had to finish it in 2 hours. I think he loses those extra couple hours.
Yeah, they always go pretty dark.
Do they?
He has a very dark sense about nature. There's violence, murder.
I think that's important to recognize because it's really easy. I mean, especially with what I do and what I talk about, and I see so much of the value of nature. Gosh, I also see like a beautiful moose calf running around, and next week I see the calf ripped to shreds by wolves, and you're like, oh. And not as it's not as Rousseauian as like to think. It is. Things must die for things to live, like you said, and that's just played out all the time, and it's indifferent to you. Doesn't care if you live or die, and doesn't care how you die or how much pain you go through while it's like it's pretty brutal. So that it's interesting that he taps into that. I think it's valuable because it's easy to idealize. But,
yeah, the indifference. I don't know what indifference. It's a bit scary, a bit lonely. You're just a cog in the machine.
I think really care how you notice. I think that's that with a lot on that show. It's another part of the depth your psychology fell into, and that's when I thought like I understand that deeply, but I could also choose to believe that for some reason it matters, and then I could live like it matters, and I could protect the reason. And it kind of that was another fork in the road.
What do you think about the connection to the animals? So in that movie, it's the dogs, and you with the other domesticated reindeer. What do you think about that human-animal connection?
In the context of that indifference, is interesting that we assign so much value and love and appreciation for the animal. And to some degree, we get that back. I think right now you just said the reindeer. One they gave me because it's long and tall, so they can lean. And I just remember leaning me and just watching him eat the leaves and go with me through the woods and trust him to take me through rivers and stuff. And it really is special. It's really enriching, to have that relationship with an animal. And I think it also puts you in a proper context. One thing I noticed about the natives who live with those animals all the time is they relate to life and death more naturally. We feel really removed from it, particularly in urban settings. And I think when you interact with animals and have to confront the life and the death of them and the responsibility for the symbiotic relationship you have, it opens a little bit of awareness to your place in the puzzle and puts you in it rather than above it.
Have you been able to step beyond it?
You wonder when it actually comes. But I did have my dad to watch as positive a manner as you could, and that's a big advantage. And so I think when the time comes that I will be ready, but I think that's easy to say. Time is far off. It'd be interesting if you got a cancer diagnosis tomorrow. Or
Have you ever come to death while
I did have a time. I had a time where I thought I had a lot of situations that could have gone your way, and a lot of injuries, broken ribs, this and that. But the one that I was able to be conscious through a slow evolving experience that I thought I might die in was at one point we were siphoning gas out of a barrel, and it was almost at the bottom, and I was sucking really hard to get the gas out. But then I didn't get the siphon going, so I waited, and then while I was sitting there, Europe put a new canister on top of the hose in, and I didn't see, and so then I went to get another siphon, and I went sucked as hard as I could, and instantly a bunch of gas filled my mouth, and I couldn't spit it out. I had to go like that, and I just full mouthful of gas, right? And I was just oh, what is that gonna do? And he and my friend were gonna go fish fishing trip, and so it was me in the little room with a toilet, and they gave me a cold, galvanized bucket, and then like a cold water faucet. They just like jug water, puke into the toilet, and just flush your system. Yeah, but they only had a cold water faucet. I was just sitting there like still like puke, until you're puking them in the dark. And I started to shiver because I was so cold, but I just had to like jug. I was picturing. I remember reading about the Japanese torture where they would put a hose in somebody and then make them drink water until it's puke. Anyway, and I just felt so. The only way I can express it, I felt so possessed, like demon possessed, like I was just permeated with gas. I could feel it coming out of my pores, and I wanted to like rip it out of me, and I couldn't. Well, I couldn't see, but I was wondering if it was a rainbow. And then I just remember, like, I could tell I was going out pretty soon, and I remember looking at my hands a little bit, and I was like, oh, that's how Dad's hands look. They were alive, and then, interesting. My hands gonna look like that, or whatever. So then I wrote down, like, to my family what I thought, all like, peace, blah, blah, blah. And then I passed out. I actually thought, when I went to pass out, I thought there was a coin toss. So I really felt like I was confronting the end there.
What are the harshest things?
Well, there are places that are just purely uninhabitable. But I think as far as places that you have a chance, maybe Greenland. I think of Greenland because I think of those Vikings that settled there were rugged, capable, and but there are Inuit that natives that live up there, but it's a hard life, and the population's never grown very big because they're scraping by up there. And you picture in the Vikings that did land there, they just weren't able to quite adapt. And the fact that they all died out, that must be.
Would you say that's primarily
The fact that catch seals, but it's by no means easier. Granted,
it's fascinating to watch how animals get it off. From watching like a documentary, polar bears, like they just figure out a way, and and they've been doing it for generations. They travel like hundreds of miles, like to the water, get fat, and they travel 100 miles, like for whatever other purpose, because they want to stay on the ice. I don't know, but it's like this process, and they figure it out against the long odds, make it.
it's incredible. It's what a thing. Just think every little animal you see up in the mountains when I'm up in the woods, that thing just surviving winter scraping by. Stuff.
What do you think it would take to mentally? You're in a survival situation.
I mean, I think it would have mentally. It would have to be. Well, we talked about that earlier. I guess the thing that I confronted that I thought I knew, I knew it was the last person on Earth. Like I thought, but maybe you're right. But I think I can't imagine. I can't imagine. We're so blessed. Time we live like, but I can't imagine what it's like. Kids like that. It's an experience that was so common for humanity for so much of history. Would I be able to endure that? I would have at least a legacy to look back on if people did, but God forbid I ever have to tell that. You know what I mean? I could see that breaking somebody.
And in your own family history, there's people who have survived that. Right. Maybe that would be help.
I mean, I think that's what I would have to hold on.
But in a survival situation, there's very few things that
I don't know what it would be like. I'm alone. Like on a like if you put yourself in that situation, it's not a it hasn't been there to some degree. I will say I hadn't it hadn't pushed my mental limit at all. That would say real on the scale, but that's not to say there isn't. I know there is one, but I have a hard time. I know I've dealt with enough pain and enough hurt in life that I know I can deal with that. I think it gets difficult when you start to way out and you start to wonder if you shouldn't take it out as far as like there's no way out.
Oh, that's interesting. I mean, that is a real battle when there's an exit, when it's easy to quit.
Right.
That's the thing that louder and louder.
That voice, it's not in, like you think you're doing like you think you're doing permanent damage to your body, you would be smart to not do that when it's not necessary, because health is kind of what they have in this regard. So, I don't blame anyone if they quit for that reason. But if you're in a situation and if you don't have the option to quit, is knowing that you're permanent that's like great. To just get through it. I'm not sure what my mental would be outside of like the family suffering in the way that I described earlier.
When it's you
right.
There's the limit, but you don't know what the limit is.
I don't.
Injury is injury. Physical stuff. Like, that could be.
Isn't it weird how, like, I mean, I can have a good life, happy life, and you have a bad back or you have a headache. And it's amazing how much that can inform your experience. And again, that was something I saw in Dad. It was like, interesting. How can you find joy in that when you're just steeped in that all the time? And people I'm sure listening, a lot of people do it. So, I talk about the cross to bear and the, like good for you for trying to find your way through that. There was a lady in Russia, she had cancer, recovered, but always had, and she was and really fun to be around. And I just like, man, that to have a really bad headache for today, know how much that throws a wrench in your existence. So all that, if you're not right now suffering with blindness or a bad back or like blessings, because it's so easy to have. It's amazing how complex we are, how well our bodies work, and we go out of whack. It can be very overwhelming, and they all will at some point. So that's a thing to think ahead on how you're going to confront it. Keeps you humble, like you said.
Inspiring the people to figure out a way. Migraines, that's a hard one. You have headaches.
It's so hard.
Those can be really painful. And it's like, and dizzying and all this stuff. That's inspiring. That's inspiring.
There's nothing in, I mean, you can find, somehow you can tap into purpose even in that pain. I guess I would just speak from like right when I saw somebody do it and I benefited from it. So thanks to him for the higher calling there.
You wrote a note on your blog in 2012. You spent 5 weeks ish in the forest alone. I just thought it was interesting because, in contrast to on the show alone, you were really alone. Like you're not talking to anybody. You realize that. Right. I remember at one point after several weeks, I wondered out loud. Wow. That it was the first time I had hurt myself with no one to talk. Where did your thoughts go to something like?
Yeah, it's in my mental life really active. But if you end up when you're that long alone, I'll tell you what you won't have any of that skeleton closets that are still in your closet. Like you will be forced to person, even the one not. I mean, one thing if you cheated on your wife or something, you'll be confronted with the random dude you didn't say thank you. So like the issue that you didn't resolve, all this stuff that was long gone will come up, and then you'll work through it and you'll think how you can make it right. And I had a lot of those thoughts while I was out there, and it was so interesting to see what you could brush over confront it, because in our modern world, when you're always distracted, it's just never ever gonna know until you take the time to be alone for it.
Spend time hanging out with the skeletons.
Yeah, exactly. I recommend.
You said you guys. Well, what are your favorite places?
That one.
I like that you actually have it might be a YouTube video or you post, recommendation of the best people in the world, and like you give detailed instructions how to get there. But it's like a journey of life. It's like a Lord of the Rings type of journey.
Right. No, I love the like. There's a region that I definitely love in the States, especially when I grew up there. Stuff like that, Idaho, Wyoming. Those are really cool places to me. I like the small town vibe, maintaining stuff there.
It's like mountain, forest.
But another really awesome island, pretty incredible. As far as just stunning stuff, it's pretty high up there on the list. But there's all these places have kind of unique. Canada became like where they did Alone. Not typically what you say because it's fairly flat and stuff, but it really became beautiful. Like it happened, or the whole thing. Like that's a special something like that, and you see the beauty, and then you start to see smaller scale. Like look at that little meadow with that got an orange and pink and a blue flower right next to it. That's and there's a million things like that.
You've been back there, back where the Alone show was?
No, we're going back to the summer. I'm gonna guide a trip up there. I'm really looking forward to being able to enjoy it without the pressure of
What advice would you give to people in terms of how to be in nature? So like a hike to take or neighbors to take out of nature where you can take it to that place where the world you can
Dog,
with it.
I'm really good. I think I could make a game like Froth, which should just be called Froth. Which like I'm really fucking good at tossing these bitches. Like I bet I could get it on that. Fuck yeah. Oh, son of a bitch. Dog, it went in the crack. This is the worst. Kippa sucks. This is the worst. Oh.
it's actually one of the things that
Anyway, okay. Ooh, I don't know if I can get it on there. I bet I can land it right on that fucking computer, though. Check this out, B. Perfect. Really good at it. A lot of times I'm in the shower and I just think, and like I'm like 3 for 3 in recent memory of just fucking flinging that shit. Alright. Software update available. Doug, no. No, I don't want your fucking bullshit. I don't know why you always need so much fucking space. Take all my fucking time. Fuck you, Tim Cook, you shitbag. Man, I took a major league win, allegedly. Yo, dog. Sniff. What the
This thing we have going on. The future.
I like your hair. I'm a big fan of froze. Jew froze, afro, fro yo. Yo, dog, this shit is the worst.
We have so much sleep while we try to improve because there's definitely a lot of things, but I guess there's a lot of room for improvement. I do feel like we're sort of walking on the edge, but I guess that's um, yeah. I just getting sharper and sharper. I I talk I'll like argue with my brother about that sometimes. It's positive. I mean, it's great. We've done great, but man, more and more people hear weapons. It's gonna take one mistake with power.
I think there's something about this sharpness that gets humanity to really like focus, step up, and not put up. There's going out into the cold, it like wakes you up. And I think it's the same thing with nuclear weapons, like wakes up humanity.
Everybody was happy.
Exactly. And then we keep building more and more powerful things to make sure we stay awake.
Yeah, exactly. Stay awake. See what we've done. Be thankful for it, but then improve it. And then, of course, I appreciated your little post the other week when it's kids. That's a very direct way to relate to the future and have hope.
And hopefully, I also get a chance to go out in the wilderness.
I would love it.
That'd be fun.
Open invite. Let's make it happen. I got some really cool spots I have in mind to take you.
Awesome. Let's go. Thank you for everything you stand for. Thanks for listening to the conversation. For this podcast, check out our sponsor. And now, I'm trying new things where I try to articulate some things I've been thinking about. They're prompted by one of your questions or just like to submit a question, including an audio and video form at alexstream.com/AMA. Now, allow me to comment on the attempted assassination of Donald Trump on July 13th. First, as I've posted online, wishing Donald Trump good health after the assassination attempt is not a partisan statement. I'm sorry some of you want to categorize me and other people in red. Perhaps you do it. I am not right. I'm not on one issue at a time. And I try to approach everyone, every empathy, and I have a long term people and now under the much more important the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. It reminds that history returns to a single moment. World War I started with the assassination of President Franklin. Just like that, one moment in 1914 led to the death of Navajo. If one of the bullets at July 13th led to Donald Trump would end up dying in that small town in Pennsylvania. History, writing the contents of which all the so-called excellent others do not be very well could have led to civil war. True depth.
Dog, what is that bullshit?
The only marsh find out. Ask them is to try and make society maximally legalizing violence. The way to do that, I think, is properly identify the threat to the enemy. Not the left or the right that are
This shit is worse.
it's how we develop the idea of policy. That's the very basic turn down more often obvious. Also hearing a lot of those. I think they play an important role. They ask questions, check on power, corruption, centralized institutions. The answer to the question is really not like this arrogance, vain, but with transparency. In this particular case, the obvious question is why did conservatives fail so terribly? The story was supposed to be that a 20-year-old, untrained, loner was able to outsmart the Secret Service by finding optimal location on a roof or a shot on from 130 yards away. Even though the Secret Service sniper spotted him 20 minutes before the shooting, they did nothing about it. Why does it take so long to get the full accounting of what happened? Why is the reporting concealed by corporate government? Cut the bullshit. What happened? Who fucked up and why? That's what we need to know. That's the beginning of transparency. And yes, the director of the U.S. Secret Service should probably step down or be fired by the president. Not as part of some political circus, I'm sure, but as a step towards uniting divided and are not when they're false. They are a signal that something corrupt is done by those trying to hold on. Not always transparency. We don't do these things. We leave ourselves vulnerable. Singular moments that turn the empires. Civil wars do break out and tear apart fabric of society. This is a great nation, the most successful collective in the history of letting ourselves become extremely divided, destroying that. So please ignore the political pundits, political media, outrage politicians, the right and the left, to try to divide us. We're not so divided. We're in this together. I've said many times before. I love you all. This is a long comment. I'm hoping not to do comments this long in the future. I'm hoping to do maybe more. So I'll here today. I'm trying to answer questions and make comments on every episode. I'd like to submit questions. I mentioned audio and video forms. And now, let me leave you with the words of Ralph Waldo Emerson. Adopt your nature. Thank you. What's following is a conversation with Ivanka, businesswoman, real estate developer, and former senior advisor to the president of the United States. I've gotten to know Ivanka well, hitting it off right away for our mutual love of Rothschild was also writing books, Marcus Aurelius, Campbell, Wasp, Franklin, and so on. He is kind, passionate, and thoughtful. Past people have attacked her. My view, with her dad, Donald Trump, part of a dirty game of politics, attacks, fury, and projects and efforts of bipartisan she helped get done. And for the truth of who she is. Through all that, never return the attacks of anything but kind. And overflow the fire of it all, grace. Much more, she is an inspiration. I'm honored to call her friend. Oh, and those living in the United States, happy upcoming 4th of July. It's both an anniversary of the country's independence and an anniversary of my immigrating here to the U.S. I am forever grateful for this amazing country, this amazing life, for all of you who have given a chance to the kid. Bottom of my heart, thank you. I love you all. This is the Life Podcast. Check out our sponsor. And now, your friend, Anka, you said that ever since you were young, you wanted to be a builder, that you loved the idea of designing pieces of the skyline, especially I love the skyline. So, where did that love?
I think there's both an incredible confidence and a total insecurity that comes. So I remember I would look out over the skyline from my bedroom in New York and imagine where I could and add value in a way that I look back on and we laugh at how confident I am. But I've known from my earliest what I wanted to do. And I think I fundamentally love art. I love expressions of so many different forms. Architecture is the tangible. That marriage of function and something that exists beyond yourself is very compelling. I also grew up in a family where my mother was in the real estate business by my father. My father was in the business, and I saw the joy that it brought to them. So I think I had these natural associations. They used to send me as a little girl rendering the projects they were about to embark on with notes asking if I would hurry up and finish school so I could join them. So I had these associations, but it came from something within myself. I think that as I got older and as I got involved in real estate, I realized that it's so multi. You have, of course, the design. You also have engineering, the brass tacks of construction. There's time management, project planning, the duration of time to complete one of iconic structures is enormous. You can contribute a decade of your life to one project. So while you have to think big picture, it means you really have to care deeply about the details. You live with them. So it allowed me to flex a lot of areas.
I love that confidence.
It's funny because we're all so insecure, right? In basic interactions, but yet are so unbridled. In a way that kind of like makes you blush. I think it's fun. It's fun to like tap into that energy.
Yeah, where everything's possible. Some of the greatest builders, I love that. Kind of always have that little. That is a silly word. It's not so. Everybody tells you you continue believing that. I have that naive notion. That naive notion turns out the greatest part. Going out to space or how good this company or like everybody taking on that gigantic company and disrupting them and revolutionizing how stuff is done. We're doing huge building projects. Like you said, so many people are involved in making that happen.
We get conditioned out of that.
Yeah.
We start to come in together and we start to rely on the input or validation of others, and it takes us away from that sort of core drive and ambition. So it's fun to reflect on that and also smile, right? Because whether you can execute or not, I will tell. But yeah, no, that was very much my childhood.
Yeah, of course, it's important to also get humbled and realize that it's actually a lot of work to build. I still am amazed just looking at big buildings, big bridges, that human beings are able to do things. That's one of my favorite things about architecture. Wow, it's a manifestation of the fact that humans can collaborate. Statues of like,
In some ways, look out at guys, it's almost like a visual depiction of ambition realized, right? Like it's a testament to somebody's, not somebody, whole um, ensemble of people's dreams, vision, triumph, and in some cases, failures, project properly executed. So if you look at these skylines and it's a testament to that. I actually heard once architecture described as frozen. That really resonated with me.
I love thinking about the skyline as an ensemble of people.
I remember the first time I went to Dubai and I was watching them dredging out and creating these man-made islands. I remember somebody once saying there, an architect actually collaborated with us on our town in Chicago. He said that the only thing that limited what an architect could do in that area was gravity and imagination. So, so
Yeah, but gravity is a tricky one to work against. And that's where civil engineering is one of my favorite build bridges in high school classes. And how much work you carry relative to their own study by that was I think on a miniature on a large scale. Gravity
it definitely is bridges. I think some of the iconic designs in our country are incredible bridges.
so if we think of skyline examples of realize spent quite a bit of time in New York. What do you love about it? What do you think about the skyline? What's a good picture looking at it? I mean, looking over the water.
I think the water is an unbelievable feature of the New York skyline. As you see islands on approach, and oftentimes you'll see, like in images, you'll see towers reflecting off of the water surface. So I think there's something very beautiful and about that. When I look at New York, I see this unbelievable sort of tapestry of different types of architecture. You have the Gothic form as represented by buildings like the Woolworth Building, or they'll have Art Deco as represented by buildings like 40 Wall Street, or the Chrysler Building, or Rockefeller Center. And then you'll have these unbelievable or modern examples or modernist examples, Leader House and Cooper's House. You have all of these different styles. And I think building New York, building the best for that. So nobody's giving New York their sort of second-rate work. Um, and especially when a lot of those buildings were built, there was this incredible competition happening between New York and Chicago for kind of dominance of the sky and for who could create the greatest skyline. Race to the sky when skyscrapers were first being built, starting Chicago and then New York, surpassing that in terms of height with the Empire State Building. So I love sort of as well when different components that are so iconic were added in the context in which they came.
I gotta ask you about this. There's a pretty cool page that is following an architecture tradition, and they celebrate traditional schools architecture. And you mentioned Gothic, the tapestry, Chicago, the Tribune Tower in Chicago. about that. So the old green, like up.
I think it's hard to look at something like the Tribune Tower and not be completely, unbelievable building. Look at those buttresses, got gargoyles hanging out of it. And this style was reminiscent of the cathedrals of Europe, which was very kind of in vogue in like the 1920s here in America. Actually, I mentioned the Woolworth Tower before. The Woolworth Tower was actually referred to as Cathedral of Commerce, and because it also was in that Gothic style. So this was built a decade before the Tribune building. But the Tribune building is almost not replicable. It personally really resonates with me. One of the first projects I ever worked on was building from Chicago. Beautiful, elegant, super modern, glass skyscraper right across the way. It was right across the way. Look out the window as it was under construction or be standing literally on rebar of the building looking out at the Tribune and incredibly inspired. And now the reflective glass of the building reflects back not only the river but also the Tribune building and other buildings on Michigan Avenue.
Do you like it when the reflective property of the glass is for the architecture?
I think it depends. You have super reflective glass that sometimes doesn't work. It's distracting. I think it's one component of sort of a composition that comes together. I think in this case, the glass from Chicago is very beautiful. It was designed by Adrian Smith of Maryland, a major architecture firm, who actually did the Burj Khalifa. An awe-inspiring example of modern architecture. But glass is tricky. You have to get the shade right. Some glass has a lot of iron in it, super green, and that's a choice. And sometimes you have more blue properties, blue silver, like here. But it's part of the character.
How do you know what it's actually going to look like when it's done? Like, is it possible to imagine that? I feel like there's so many variables.
I think so. I think if you have a vivid imagination, and if you sit with it, and then if you also go beyond the rendering, you have to live with the material. So you don't build a 92-story building, glass curtain wall, and not deeply examine actual curtain wall before purchasing it. So you have to spend a lot of time with the actual materials, beautiful sort of artistic rendering, which can be incredibly misleading. The goal is actually the end result much, much more compelling than what the architect or artist rendered, but oftentimes that's very much sometimes also in context, sometimes also rendering the building. I'm like, what about the building right to the left that's blocking 80% of its view? But architects will move things that are inconvenient. You have to be in reality. In reality, exactly.
And I love concept, living imagined world of drawings. It's both are probably important. Dream things and like what things actually look like in the context. One of the underlying principles of the page you mentioned, and I hear folks mention a lot, is that modern architecture is kind of boring. Black soul. You just spoke with admiration for both modern and for Gothic or older architecture. Do you think there's that modern architecture?
I'm living in Miami currently, so I see a lot of inspired glass boxes on the waterfront, but I think exceptional things shouldn't be the norm. They're typically rare. So, and I think in modern architecture you find an abundance of amazing examples of super compelling and I mean, I mentioned the Burj Khalifa. It is unbelievably striking example. unbelievable. But I think one of the things probably about architecture right now is the innovation that's happening. There's robotic fabrication, printing. Um, your friend and not too long ago near Yoxman was the intersection of biology and technology and thinking about how to create more sustainable development practices, like literally trying to create materials that will biodegrade back into the earth. I think there's something really cool happening now with the rediscovery of ancient building techniques. So we have self-healing concrete by the Romans, an art and a practice of using volcanic ash and lime that's now being rediscovered and is more critical than ever as we think about how much of our infrastructure relies on concrete and how much of that is failing on most basic levels. So I think actually it's a really, really exciting time for innovation in architecture. And I think there are some incredible examples of modern design that are really exciting. But generally, Roosevelt said that comparison is the thief of joy. So it's hard. You look at the Tribune building, you look at some of these iconic structures, one of the buildings I'm most proud to work on was the historical post office building in Washington, D.C., a building like that. And it feels like it has no equal.
Also, there's a psychological element where people tend to want to complain about the new and celebrate the old.
Oh. Like the history of time.
It's just, people are always skeptical and concerned about change. And it's true that there's a lot of stuff that's not going to last, not going to stand the test of time. There's modern art and modern music is going to be part of stand the test of time. We'll look back and celebrate them. What do you love about art? Function.
I'm most emotionally, but I think as somebody who's built things, I really believe that the form has to follow the function. Like there's nothing uglier than a space that is ill-conceived, that otherwise it's decoration. And I think that after sort of that initial reaction to something that's aesthetically really when I look at a building or a project, I love sort of thinking about how it's being used. So having been able to build so many things in my career and worked on so many incredible projects, reporting after the fact to have somebody come and tell you that they got engaged in the lobby of your building, they got married in the ballroom, and share me that equally as beautiful. The use cases for these unbelievable projects. But I think it's all of it. I love that you've got construction, you've got the design, you've got then the interior design, you've got the finance, marketing out, it's all wrapped up in this one effort. So to be able to sort of flex in all those different ways.
Yep. Dream realized, hard work realized. I mean, probably on the bridge side is why I love function. In terms of function being primary, you think of millions of bridges.
Go down. Look at that.
Yeah, this is double Germany.
I wouldn't say it's like the most practical, but look at how beautiful that is.
Yeah, so this is probably, well, we don't know. Introducing people whether the function holds up in terms of beauty, and then like what we're talking about, using the water for the reflection and the shape to create. I mean, there's an elegance to the shape of a bridge.
See, it's interesting that they call it Devil's Bridge because to me this is very ethereal. I think about the rainbow circle, life.
There's nothing about this that makes me feel. Maybe they're just being ironic in the name.
That function really fun.
Yeah, exactly. maybe
Nobody ever successfully
cross the bridge. Yeah. But I mean, to me, there's just iconic. I love looking at bridges because of the function. The bridge or the Golden Gate Bridge in a city to be able to look out, skyline combined bridge, and thinking of all the millions of cars that pass, like the getting together and going to work, and which kind of represents oil and
the connectivity as well.
network together. There, that combination function.
I remember when I was learning about studying today versus the suspension period. I mean, you actually don't know replicas. I'm sure you'll have a point of view. They really are so beautiful. And you mentioned Brooklyn Bridge, but growing up in New York, that was part of the architectural story and tapestry, that skyline, any building that's
what is general philosophy architecture?
Projects prior to government service were the old post office jumped around in Miami. These were both massive undertaking, both redevelopment, which in a lot of cases, having worked on ground up construction, redevelopment projects are in a lot of ways much more complicated because you have existing attributes, but also a lot of limitations you have to work within, especially when you're repurposing these. So this the old post office building on Pennsylvania, unbelievable. So this was a Romanesque revival building built in the 1890s on America's Main Street, symbolized American grandeur. And at the time, there were offices being built in style across the country, but this was really the defining. Still to this day, the tallest habitable structure in Washington, structure being a monument, the nation's only vertical park, that clock tower. But you've got these granite walls, those carved granite turrets, unbelievable, massive atrium that runs through the whole center of it that is topped with glass. So having the opportunity to spearhead a project like that, so exciting, and actually energy, humility about how to do it properly. During a federal,
Yo, are there real people watching me? If you're real, type to me. Rumble, hey, is anyone real here? I've gotten like one person ever to fucking type to me on this page. 6 people watching me right now. Psych. Watch someone types to me. They're like, yeah, we've got 6 of our friends watching you on separate devices right now. We love you. Wow. That would be cool.
so I think the greatest aspect of the building, which we mostly restored, in addition to it having been done against in terms of time and condition, the interior spaces were completely had been a post office was used for a really rundown food court and it's actually $1 million when we got the concession to build it. became one of, I think, the great examples of public-private partnerships. I think the biggest challenge in having such a radical conversion is just how you lay it out. For the amount of time I would get on twice a week, 3 times a week, 10-day trips down to Washington, and every single inch of the building, laying out the floor plan, debating over the configuration of a room. There were almost 300 rooms, and there were almost 300 layouts. So nothing could be repeated. Whereas when you're building from scratch,
Hi, anyone real here? I like that. I like that. Really good stuff. Pretty good. I like how you're gonna do a concert, but instead, you just didn't. Phenomenal. I like how I say, how is everybody? And they're like, fuck you. Actually, they said, shut the fuck up. They kicked me out. Why did I get kicked out? Fucking crazy.
and they don't spend the time themselves something functional. For those projects, and it was almost
That is just absolute dog shit. And I'm gonna punch all those motherfuckers and destroy the stock market just to fuck them over.
a lot of things conceptually.
I cannot believe how many people are tonight.
I think
Chilling. Shit. I have a question. That's not what I think at all. Nope. Nice try. Guess again. Dog, I just wanted to ask a question. You don't have to be mean to me. Is it possible to turn on a camera in uh Discord server? Okay, well, I appreciate that. Thanks. May I ask why you're so mean to me? What did I do to make you upset? So you can't even tell me the exact reason, yet you want to be mad at me? Can we start over? Can we start over? If you can't even remember why you're mad at me, we spoke about it? Well, I can say that data. Okay, so let's talk about this. I fuck chicks, and I've probably fucked more chicks than you've even met. So with that, and I've never fucked a dude. Oh, I wish I had a dad bod at 30. I have a dad bod much older than that. Now, when it comes to stopping World War III, that's not what I do. Data's Earth's number one resource, and I have more data online than any person. It's more valuable than any stock. That's that's what I do. Well, it's monetized at this point, so I do make money off it. Thanks. If you don't mind, I'm just gonna hang out in the general, but I appreciate that. All right. Will you be? Will you not be mean to me there? Wow.
People out there, kids.
The conferences, talk about your mom. Told me she was an adventure. Olympic skier and woman. What did you
So much. She passed away 2 years ago, and she was a remarkable that element. How to really enjoy life. I look back, and my happiest memories are in the ocean. Just lying on our back, um, looking up at the sun, and just so in the moment. Or dancing. She loved to dance. She really taught me a lot about living life to its fullest, and and she had so much courage, and it could she was.
What do you think about that and the gap with the trade off like wanting to do big things, that and give your all to that, and being able to relax, throw your arms back, enjoy every moment of life, but like that trade off. What do you think about that?
I think because she was an unbelievable, formidable athlete, because of the discipline she had as a child, I think made her valued as a woman. I think she was a great balance too, that we all hope to find. She was able to find both incredibly serious and formidable. I remember as a little girl, I used to literally traipse behind her at the Plaza Hotel, which he oversaw, actually kind of with her old post office. Unbelievable historic hotel. And I'd follow her around at construction meetings, on job sites. She's dancing. Funny that that's the picture you pull up. That's
You
great.
just look great in that picture.
That's great. She had such a joy to her, and she was so unabashed in her perspective, her opinion. She made my father look whatever she was feeling, whatever she was very and
Yeah, as you mentioned, during the Rock Spring in 1968, and that had a big impact on human history. And my family, and then 20th century, story of the 20th century, a lot of Europe, the Soviet Union, tried the idea of communism, and it turned out that a lot of those ideas resulted in a lot of suffering. Why do you think the communist ideology failed?
I think fundamentally, as people, we desire freedom. We want agency. And my mom was like a lot of other people who grew up in similar situations. She didn't like to talk about it that often. So one of my regrets is that I didn't push her. So, but I think back to the conversations we did have, and I try to imagine what it's like because Charles University and it was really like a focal point of the reforms that were ushered in Rock Spring, the liberalization agenda, the dance thing, the student activists, and she was attending university there right at that same time. So the contrast, the feeling of freedom and progress and liberalization in the spring, and then it's so quickly being crushed in the fall of that same year when Warsaw Pact countries and the Soviet Union rolled in, put down, and ultimately rolled back all those reforms. So for her to have lived through that, she didn't come to North America until she was 23 or 24. So that was her life. As as a young girl, she was on the junior national ski team for Czechoslovakia. My grandfather used to train her, to put the skis on her back and walk up the mountain in Czechoslovakia. There were no ski lifts. She actually made me do that when I was a child, just to let me plenty warm if you're carried on your back. Up the last round.
I feel like they made people tougher back then. My grandma, you mentioned funny, they go through some of the darkest things that you go through and they don't talk about it, and they have a general positive outlook on life, like that in the knowledge of what life could be,
Yeah.
like how bad it could get. My grandma survived war in Ukraine, with mass starvation brought on by the collective energy, and then she survived the Nazi occupation. Never talked about it. Probably extremely dark, extremely difficult times, and just always had a problem with life. And also made like to humble you. Like his stuff on all fronts, having hardship and being just hardship thrown at me. I think it's really important.
I wonder how much of who they were was a reaction. They have naturally had a forward-looking, grateful, optimistic orientation, or was it a reaction to a childhood? I think about that. Picture of my mom, unabashed with herself, love, flamboyance, glamour, and in some ways, I think probably was a direct reaction to this very austere, controlled childhood. This is one expression of it. I think her, how she dressed and how she presented, I think her entrepreneurial spirit and love of capitalism and all things American was another manifestation of it, and one that I grew up with. The story she used to tell me about when she was 14 and she was going to neighboring countries. As an athlete, we were given additional freedom that otherwise afforded in these societies under communist rules. So she was able to travel, where most of her friends never would be able to leave Czechoslovakia. And she would come back from all of these trips, and the first place where she did ski races in Austria and elsewhere, and the first thing she had to do was check in at the local police. And she'd sit down, and she had enough wisdom at 14 to know that she couldn't appear to be lying by not being impressed by what she saw, the fact that she could get an orange in the winter, but she couldn't be too excited by it. She'd become a flight risk. So give enough detail that you're believable, but not so many that you're not trusted. And imagine that as a that experience, having to navigate the world that way. And she told me that eventually all those local police officers, they came to love her because one of the things she do is smuggle that stuff back from these countries and give it to them to give their wives perfume and stockings. Yeah. So she figured out this pretty quickly. But it's a very different experience from what I was navigating, and its pressures and challenges me as a 14-year-old was dealing with. So I have so much respect and admiration for her.
Yeah, hardship clarifies what's important in life. You and I have talked about Man's Search for Meaning, that book. Having kind of an ultimate hardship clarifies that finding joy in life is not about the environment, it's about your outlook. And there's any situation. And also, when everything's taken from you, you start to think about the people you love. Search for Meaning, Frankel, think about that love. One thing to think about when everything else is fantastic with the business life, all the fun stuff we're talking about, like the force world. At the end of the day, what matters is the other humans in your life, the people you love.
Viktor Frankl is somebody, I mean, that book and just this in general is it's so inspiring. But I think so many people say they want happiness. when this a thing happens or under these circumstances, then I'll be happy. And I think what he showed is that we can cultivate these virtues within ourselves regardless of the situation we find ourselves. And in some ways, I think the meaning of life is the search for meaning in life. The relationships we have and the form, the experience we have, is how we deal with the suffering that life inevitably presents to us. And Victor Frankl does an amazing job highlighting that under the most horrific circumstances. I think it's just super inspiring.
He also shows that you can get so much from like small joy, like getting did yesterday. I mean, it's like the little stuff. You allow yourself to love the little stuff. Like it's all around. So you don't need to like have these ambitious goals and compare. It's like it's all around. When I was in the jungle and I got really dehydrated because there's no water, you run out of water, and I mean the joy stuff when I got to drink, like I didn't care about anything else. Speaking of things that matter in life, I was a fan of well, that was and
You can tap into this
yeah,
feeling at any time.
exactly. I go tapping in, stay
Go into
positive.
your bathroom, turn on the sink, watch the water.
Oh, for sure. Really, it's good to have stuff taken away for time. That's why struggle is good. To make you appreciate, to have gratitude when you can have it. And water and food. I wouldn't recommend it necessarily. Hydrate with water, but maybe every time you take it, have that kind of gratitude.
There's a prayer in Judaism every morning, basically thanking God for your body working. It's something so basic, but it's when it doesn't that we're grateful. We're just reminding ourselves that basic functional body, our health, access to the water, which so many millions of people around.
That's the Moladina, girl.
Is,
I say that motherfucking thing 1,000 times a day. What is this? Oh, fuck.
but I think when I saw her experience the most joy tended to be by the sea. Almost always, not a pool, but I think I get this. They're fun. I love ocean. I love salt water. I love what it makes me feel. And I think I got there all it's a lot of what I love about Miami actually, being so close to the ocean. I find it to be super cathartic. But a lot of my memories of my mom seeing her really in her bliss is floating around in a body of salt water.
There are also some aspects to her being an example of beautiful and feminine at the same time, powerful, successful say, show that it's possible to do that.
I think she really was a trailblazer. It's not uncommon in real estate for there to be multiple generations on job sites. It was not unusual for me to run into somebody whose grandfather had worked with my grandfather in Brooklyn or Queens, or whose father had worked with my mother. And they'd always tell me these stories about her rolling in and they'd hear the go first. and a lot of times we're like, oh gosh, like, really, it's 2 days after Christmas. Like, we get a reprieve. But she was very so I had this visual in my mind on the bar. Balls are
Lady, shut the fuck up about that.
but I don't know. That's not but I love any and glamour and all tough and ambitious and 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 this unbelievable business at a time when it's very much more even for development so many businesses that I've been in aren't outside of sales, of marketing. You don't see many women in development space, construction space, even in the architecture and, and design space, maybe outside of interior design. Decades ahead of me. I love him. I love hearing somebody in my peer tell me about their grandfather and their father and their experiences before my parents. I used to say, there's nothing that I can't do better. That would be your exact thing. When I complain about wearing something, it was like the early 90s, everything was all uncomfortable, these fabrics and materials. And I would like go back and forth between being super girly and a total tomboy. Um, but she'd dress me up and I'd be complaining about it. Ivanka paying for beauty. I happen to totally disagree with because I think there's nothing
Is this
worse
bitch
than being
hot?
uncomfortable. So I haven't accepted or internalized all of the
Is this Ivanka Trump?
But, um, but it was funny.
Oh, it is.
Me, there's nothing that looks worse than be like tottering.
Well, nevertheless, shut the fuck up. Okay. I thought it was some other bitch. I can understand. But I thought it was just some random ass woman talking about her mother's.
Never do either. And I weren't outlaw like this. And it was but she makes it look very, very unbelievable how dislocating her mother, my grandma, raised us so special. And asked her they would ask her sorry. She's 97. She was around 94. She lived completely on her own, no help, no anything. And, and now she requires really 24-hour care. I feel grateful that I'm able to give her that because that's what she amazing to have my children be up and know her story, know her recipes, like dumplings and goulash, keep the meat and all the other things. But she really major force of grandmother. My mom, grandmother, I came back. I remember I used to shower, and it would almost be like comical. I feel like in my memory, I planet I can actually do this, but in my memory, I go to shower, and I drop something on the bed, and I come back into the room after my shower, and it was like folded, pressed, it was all my grandma's she's like running after me. And so excited to be able to.
Yeah.
I got from her, my grandmother, she devoured books. Devoured. She loved the more so like some of these like romance novels covers, she could tell you any royalty, all the all the drama. But her face was always buried in a book. And my grandfather, Dedo, he was the athlete. He swam professionally for national team for Czechoslovakia. He helped train. So he was a great athlete. And she was at home and she would read. And so that's something I remember. I got reading.
Speaking of drama, I had English teacher, H. Lawrence, classic. Like this classic you read called Lady Chatterley's Lover. I've read a lot of classics. That one is straight up like a romance novel about a wife. And I remember reading this, like, what? Like, in retrospect, I understand why it's a classic. Scandalous to talk about sex in the book 100 years ago, whatever.
In retrospect, you know why she recommended it.
No. I think like you signal, hey, you get out. I don't know.
Maybe interesting to inspire you.
Yeah, exactly. I love that kind of stuff. Well, I love all. And there's a lot of drama. By nature, drama is part of it. So, what about your dad? Growing up, what did you learn about life?
I think my father's sense of humor is somewhat underappreciated. So he has a humor. He loved music. I think my mom loved music as well, but my father always used to say that in another life he would have been a Broadway producer, which is hilarious.
That is funny.
Right? He does now. So people get send loves or Pavarotti, Elton John. I mean, these were the songs on. I know the
Probably all that.
Love Sinatra, love Elvis, and a lot of the greats. So I think I got a little bit of my love for music, but my mom shared that. I think one of the things when looking back that I think I inherited from my father as well as this sort of interest or understanding of the importance of asking questions and specifically questions with the right people. And I saw this a lot on job sites. I remember with the old post office building, there was this massive glass top atrium, the heating and cooling structure, like a Herculean lift, mechanical engineering provide their thought how we can do it efficiently. Temperature never varies. And it was enormously expensive as an undertaking. I remember one of the first times on the site because it really empowered me with the project. He trusted me to execute it. One of the first times we did expensive the heating system would be, and we start stopping duct workers and what they think of the system, the mechanical engineering. First few, In the circumstance of a 1,000-year storm, you will have the exact perfect temperature, massive blizzard, or if it's unbearably hot. But 99.9% you'll never see it, and so I think it's an enormous waste. But I would see him do that on a lot of occasions. He would have complex things, really fundamental and simple. So I try to do that myself.
Yeah, great engineers, great leaders. Just you want to do that a lot. You ask questions.
Yeah.
Like why? The basic question is like why are we doing it this way? And not taking an answer that this is how we've always done it. Not allowing yourself. Like, it doesn't matter that's how we've done it. What is the right way? What is usually the simpler it is, the more correct the right. It has to do with cost, has to do with of production manufacture, but simple is best.
And it's oftentimes not the engineer. Elon's case, probably the line worker, sees things more clearly. So I think making sure it's not just the right people. Those good questions.
That's why, like, a lot of the Elon companies design where anybody in the factory floor can talk directly to Elon. There's not this managerial class of where it's travel down the hierarchy, which hierarchy of managers where no one manager, if you ask them the question of like, what have you done this week? The answer is like, really hard to come up with. It's going to be like paperwork.
Yeah.
So you knows what they actually do. When it's flat, you can actually get it as quickly as possible. When problems arise, solve those problems. And also have a direct, rapid, iterative process more efficient, costly. Yeah. It's interesting. Well, when large government, a lot of people get together, hierarchy is developed, and that somehow sometimes it's good, but very often slows things down. Great. Apple, Meta, they have to fight against that bureaucracy, that slowness that large organizations have, and to still be a big organization to act like a startup is the big challenge.
Super difficult to deconstruct that as well once it's in place, right? Circumventing layers and asking questions, probing questions of people on the ground level is a huge challenge to the authority hierarchy. And there's tremendous amount of resistance. So it's how do you grow something in the case of the company in terms of a culture that can scale, but doesn't lose connection to real and meaningful feedback. It's not easy.
I've had a lot of conversations with Jim Keller, legendary engineer and leader, and he talked about like you often kind of be a little bit of an asshole in the room, not in a mean way, but like it's uncomfortable. Like a lot of these questions, they're uncomfortable. The kind of general politeness and civility that people have. You get a meeting, like nobody wants to be like, can we do it way different? Everyone wants to like lunch is coming up. You know, I have this trip planned on the weekend with family. Everyone kind of gravitate. Nobody wants that one person that comes in. Hey, can we like way better, way different? And everything we've gotten comfortable with.
Not only do they not want that, but the one person who comes in and does that is a massive target. And it's ultimately is a threat. I mean, nobody really gets fired in status quo. Even if things go poorly, things go the way it was always done.
Yeah, those are fascinating. But in order to make big projects start, you have to have those people. You have to constantly disrupt and have those conversations.
Really have that first principle orientation, especially in those large bureaucratic companies.
Amongst many other things, created a fashion brand. What was the
I always loved fashion as a form of expression, either a truth or an illusion, depending on what kind of mood you were in. But just like sort of second body, if you will. So I loved that. I mean, my mother was a big part of the reason I never thought I would go into fashion. In fact, I was graduating from it was the day of my graduation, and Winter called me up and offered me a job at Vogue, which was a dream in so many ways. I wanted to go into real estate, still building. Um, and I told her that. So I really thought that that was going to be the path I was very organically fashion. You know, it was part of my life, but it came into my life in a more professional capacity um, by talking with my first of many different partners that I had in the fashion space about. He actually had showed me a building by his family had some real estate holdings. And I passed on the real estate deal, but we forged a friendship and started talking about how in the space that he was in, fine jewelry, this lack of products and brands that were positioned for self-purchase female. So everything was about, you know, the man buying the Christmas cake, the man buying the engagement ring. Stores felt like that, all tailored towards the male aesthetic, marketing felt like that. And what about the woman who had a salary and was really excited to buy herself a great pair of earrings, or had just received a great bonus and use it to treat herself? So we thought there was a void in the marketplace. And that was the first category. I launched the Uncle Trump fine jewelry, caught lightning in a bottle. Really quickly after that, met my partner who had founded it, and I went really able to partner a shoe collection, which took off well, and a clothing collection, handbags, sunglasses, fragrance. So we caught a moment, and we found a position for the self-purchasing, multi-dimensional, and made dressing for work aspirational. At the time we launched, if you wanted to buy something for an office context, the brands that existed were the opposite of it. Nobody was, you know, taking pictures of like what they were wearing to work and online so classic legacy. Really, it felt very much like it was designed by for what a woman would want to wear to the office. So we started creating something that was feminine, that was beautiful, that was versatile. It would take a woman from the boardroom to an after-school soccer game to a date night with a boyfriend, to a walk in front of their husband, like all the different ways women live their lives and creating a wardrobe that works at every aspect of their life, sort of the siloed professional part. And it was really telling. We started creating great brand content. We had incredible contributors. We had a brand who was blogging for us at the time, creating inspirational content for working women. It was actually kind of a funny story, but I now had probably close to 11 different product categories, and we were growing like wildfire. And I started to think about what would be a compelling way to create interesting content for the people who are buying these different categories. And we came up with a website called Women's Work. And I went to a marketing agency, fancy firms, and we want to create a brand campaign about this multi-dimensional woman who works. And what do you think? Like, can you help? Come back. No, we don't like the word work. We think it should be. And I just started laughing. And the fact that they couldn't conceive of it being exciting, aspirational, and interesting to sort of lean working at all aspects of their life. It showed that was part of it. And I think that's why ultimately, I mean, the business grew to be hundreds of millions of dollars. Sales were distributed all the best retailers across the country, from Marcus, Saks, Bloomingdale's, and beyond. And I think it really resonated with people in an amazing way, and probably not similar to how I had this incredible experience every time somebody comes up to me and tells me that that they were married in a space that I designed. I have that experience now with my fashion company. A number of women who come up tell me they loved my shoes, they loved the handbags. I've had women show me their engagement rings, they got engaged. It's really rewarding. Really good.
Yeah, when I was hanging out with you in Miami, a number of women they came up to you. They love the clothing, they love you.
All these years later.
Yeah. Where somebody would come up years later and just full of love thing you created. What does that mean? That?
I still wear this.
I mean, that's a good starting point, right? It's to create a thing you want to wear.
I feel like first and foremost, you have to have the right partner. So, building a shoe is architecture. Like making a heel that's boring in for 8 hours a day, that is an engineering feat. And so I found a great partner.
That's a pun.
Everything that I did.
That's a
my shoe partner.
fucking
I
doing
found
it.
terrible. Created it.
No, it doesn't.
Product offering. I think it's a good step. Kind of like I would have to spend a lot longer on than later when I had more
Buying my Donkey Kong. All right, let's rock.
First of all, you have to have a
Fuck. I don't say it. I don't like Greek people. Basic douchey. Fuck this ass. Dude, I can't believe better shit. Oh, it's just terrible. This is
my partner. Well, I always wanted to bring the talent. So I was hiring great designers, copywriters. I had this like analogy, very strong
great team. That's the thing I need. But there's a thing of taste. It's really interesting because it's hard to kind of articulate what it is. It's knowing versus or without a comparison, say like we did this part, that would make it better. That designer taste, it's hard to make it what that is. Great designers have that taste. Like this. And it's not actually, again, Jobs thing. It's not the opinion. Like you can't pull people and ask them what looks better. You have to have the vision of that. And as you said, you also have to develop eventually the confidence in your taste, good that you can direct. You can argue that no, this is right. When there's several people that say this doesn't make any sense, you have the vision, have the confidence. This will look good. That's how you come up with good design. Mixture of great taste develop over time and the confidence.
And that's a really hard thing, especially. And I think one of the things I love most about all of these creative pursuits is that ability to work with people. Right now, I'm working with my husband. We have a 1,400-acre island in the Mediterranean, bringing in the best architects, the best brands. But to have a challenge people who are such artists, actually, but not to be afraid to ask questions, it takes a lot of confidence to do that. And art, so these are actually just internal early renderings. We're in the process of finding out that, yeah, this is my early vision. Yeah, it's extraordinary. Operate the hotel villas, but it's amazing to be there and for me to be able to play around and have some
Art, that's like, that looks
it's challenging meeting the logistics and even getting the building materials to an island. No joke, but we will execute. It may not be honor the photography, obviously very modern, making it feel right in the context of the vegetation. The terrain that is, and not just have full glass box. Obviously, glass, look out, gorgeous. But how do you do that in a way that doesn't feel generic and isn't a squandered opportunity to create something new?
and it's integrated with the national landscape, celebrating the national landscape around it. So I guess you start dream like a dream. And when you're faced with the reality of the actual, it evolves from there.
And so much of architecture, but it's all of those elements, all of those components of decision making are super appreciated, but not often. Like to make sure that top unit, you're not looking out and seeing a whole bunch of units, you're looking out and seeing the ocean. So that's where you take this and then you start angling everything. You start thinking about, well, this context, we have green roof. So if there's any hint of a roof, camouflage by vegetation that matches what already exists for the end. And
Well, yeah,
how do you build a mountain? While being sensitive to the beauty of the island.
it's almost like a mathematical problem. I took a class on computational geometry in grad school where you have to think about it. It's like a math problem.
Yeah.
Well, but it's also an art problem because it's not just about making sure that you have to figure out when there is conclusion, like what vegetation is, figure all that out, and there's probably that adds extra complexity.
And then the choice, how does the sun rise?
Yeah.
So how do you want to angle the hotel in relation
That's awesome.
to the sunrise and the sunset. You obviously want people to experience those. So, which do you favor? The directionality of the wind. And on an island, is the wind's coming from the north, and the vegetation is less lush on the northern end. Focus more on the southern end. Have the horseback riding trails and amenities up towards the north. So there are these really interesting choices you get to reflect on.
Fascinating discussions we have, and probably like choose all
Yeah,
of those.
the grade of the land. Also finding the areas of topography that are flatter. So it's fun. I think realistic puzzle, and I love puzzles. Every piece relates to another.
Oh, yeah, like the little post office. Everything is different, but every single room is a puzzle. Their renovation. That's fascinating.
Thoughtful. At best, really quirky. At worst, completely ridiculous.
Quirky is a funny word. It's such a, like
I'm sure you walked into a fair share. And sometimes like that's charming, but most often charming when it's intentional.
Yeah.
Through like smart design.
Yeah, you can tell if it's funny. So much the whole hospitality. It's not just like house design. How once the thing is offered, how everything together, the culture of the place.
And the warmth.
Yeah.
Like I think with space, you can feel like the soul of the structure. And I think on the hotel side, you have flow of traffic and those things. When you're building condominiums or your own home, you want to think about the warmth of the space. And especially with super modern design, like warmth design. And I think there is a way to sort of marry both. And that's where you get into the interior design elements. How fabrics can create tremendous warmth in space. Otherwise, they're raw building materials. And that's a really interesting how texture matters, how color matters. And I think oftentimes interior design is not, it doesn't take the same priority. And I think that underestimates on how you experience.
Yeah.
Choice.
Making black curtains. The warmth. The big picture. You're making me. I'll listen back to this over and over.
There may be like a woman's touch.
A lot.
I appreciate the vegetation. You know what I love about this though is like every single element. There's a story behind it, but it's not just you didn't have some interior your bookshelf. You know, like nobody came in here with by the yard.
This is basically an idea. Not deeply thought through, but it does bring me. Just one way to design, as long as you're happy, that usually means your taste is enough. Others will be happy, or we'll see it. I appreciate you asking for comments.
No, I actually love it. Yeah. I love it.
Yeah, you're putting on a monkey and a human self, particularly relevant.
I mean, I feel like you've really thought about it.
Yeah. Robot, I don't know. There's a way to communicate love and affection for a robot. A lot of questions to create cartoons and not like entities to bring out the joys of quality or be able to communicate emotion, anger, excitement. Robots are successful. one basic one people know dog is the excitement that a dog has when it show up, to recognize it, your eye, and just showing its excitement by butt and tail and all this kind of intense joy that overtakes the body. That moment of recognizing double take, that moment of where joy of recognition takes over your whole cognition, like there's a connection, and then the other person can excite you, get excited together. Kind of like that feeling, like when you go to the airport, for a long time, all of a sudden recognize each other and they're like want to each other in that moment. But that's awesome to watch. Enjoy.
And dogs though have every time you walk into the other room, get a glass of milk, and you come back, your dog speaks like it's the first time. So I love replicating that in robots. They actually say children, like one of the reasons why Boo was so successful is that they actually don't remember not the second time. There's a term for it, but I remember as when my kids were young, you leave the room, you walk back in for the second day, and they experience the same joy as if you had been, gone for 4 hours. And we're out of that. We become very used to one another.
I kind of want to forever be excited about phenomenon. We're talking about our passion, confidence, taste, skills. You also mentioned Mars for in his book, Creative Act. He has some really interesting ideas. One of them is to accept self-doubt. Is there some battle within yourself that you have on sort of striving for perfection, confidence, always kind of having it together, like accepting that things are always going to be perfect?
I think I wake up in the morning and I want to be better. I want to be a better mom. I want to be a better wife. I want to be more creative. I want to be physically stronger. And so that very much lives within me all the time. I think I also grew up in the context of being the child of extraordinary parents. And that could have been debilitating for me. I saw that in a lot of my friends who grew up in circumstances similar to that. They were afraid to try for fear of not measuring up. And I think somehow early on I learned to kind of harness the fear, not being good enough, confident enough. And I harnessed it to make me better, to push me outside of my comfort zone. So I think that's always lived with me. And I think it probably always will. I think you have to have humility in anything you do that you could be better and strive for that. I think as you get older, it softens a little bit as you have more reps, as you have more examples of having been thrown in the deep end and figured out how to swim. You get a little bit more comfortable in your abstract competency. But if that fear is not in you, it's not challenging.
Harness. The other thing to write about is trust your instincts and intuition. That's a very, very good thing. But what percent of your decision making is intuition? What percent is through rigorous, careful analysis?
I think it's both. Like trust but verify.
Yeah.
I think that's also where age and experience comes into play. Because I think you always have sort of a gut instinct, but I think intuition, like well-honed intuition, comes from a place of accumulated knowledge, right? So oftentimes we feel really strongly about something. Like you know what's right. Or on a personal level, if you're acting in accordance with your core values, it just feels good. And even if it would be the right decision for others, if you're acting outside of your sort of integrity or core values, it doesn't feel good. And your intuition will signal that you'll never be comfortable. So I think because of that, I start oftentimes with my intuition, and then I put it through like a rigorous test of whether that is in fact true. Very seldom do I go against what my initial, at least at this point.
Yeah, I had actually a discussion yesterday with a owner investor talking about being impulsive, following that, like on a phone call, shifting like the entire everything, giving away a very large amount of money in the direction on an impulse, making a promise that he can't at that time deliver, but knows if he works hard, he'll deliver. All just following that impulsive feeling. Now that the family, they're probably quieted down a little bit more rational and thoughtful. Whether it's sometimes good impulsive. Your gut and rich wants to do it. It's the confidence that another great like the cost.
There is, but I actually think as you get older, you may act less impulsively, but I think you're more like attuned with. You have more experience. Your gut is like, so your instincts are more well. I think I found that to be true for me. It doesn't feel as reckless as when I was younger.
Amongst many other things, you were on people love you on that. Love you. So, what did you learn about business, about life from the various contestants on there?
I think you can learn everything about life from the first. So I'm
Got it.
gonna go with
that
that.
one feeling. Yeah.
Amazing. But it was such a wild experience for me. I was quite young when I was on it, just getting started in business. The number one television show in the country, and it went on to be syndicated all over the world. And wild, like phenomenal success. A business show had never crossed over in this way. So it was really a moment in time. You had regular apprentices, but past, I mean, they went on to be studied at business schools. Every other week, I'd be reading case studies and how the apprentice was being examined, taught to classes, this university in Boston. So it was extraordinary and real life classroom. So I think because of the nature of the show, you learn a lot about. You're watching it and analyzing it real time. You learned a lot. A lot of the tasks were very marketing oriented because of the short duration of time they had to execute. You learned a lot about time management because of that short duration. So almost every episode would devolve into people hysterical over the fact that they had 10 minutes with this Herculean lift ahead of them. So it was a fascinating experience for me. And we would be filming, and we would film first thing in the morning at 5 or 6 a.m. in Trump Tower oftentimes. In the lobby of Trump Tower, that's where the war rooms and the candidates were, the contestants were. And then we would go in the elevator to our office. We would work all day, and then we'd come down, and we could evaluate the task. It was a weird, like real life television experience in the middle of our sort of on the bookends of our work day. It was intense.
You're like curating television and also
living the, and oftentimes there was like an overlap. Like there were episodes that they came up with brand campaigns for my shoe collection or my clothing line, or for design challenges related to a hotel I was responsible for building. So there was this unbelievable crossover that was obviously great for us from a business perspective, but sometimes surreal.
yeah. What was it like? Was it scary to be in front of the camera when you watch that? That's a new experience at that time. Number of people watching. So weird.
It, I really struggled watching myself on the episodes. Like I say, like television as a medium, like the fact that we're taping this, I'm more self-conscious than if we weren't. I just, it's,
Hey, I have to watch myself. After we record this, before I publish it, I keep it self-talk. So
so you're saying, I still, I like that.
yeah,
You know,
yeah.
why do I do this? I find it, some people are super at ease. Who knows? Maybe they're not either. But some people in that meeting, as he just themselves, and I was not. You know, I was totally self. So it was extraordinary, but also challenging.
I think certain people are just like born to be entertainers, like Elvis, like on stage, like where they're truly happy. I've met guys like great rock stars where they feel like they belong. They just it's not just a thing they do, and there's certain aspects they love, certain aspects they don't know. This is where they're alive. This is where they've always dreamed of being. This is what they want to be forever.
Michael Jackson.
Yeah. The pictures that you hang out like that.
Came on performance. I wanted to be one moment in time. I wanted to be a professional ballerina. And I was working really hard. I was going to the School of American Ballet. I was going to the Lincoln Center in the Nutcracker. I was super serious, 9, 10 year old, and my parents came to a Christmas performance of the Nutcracker. My father brought Michael Jackson with him, and everyone was so excited that all the dancers they wore one glove. But I remember he was so shy. He was so quiet. Um, when you'd see him like smaller group setting, and then you'd watch him walk onto the stage, and it was like a completely like the vitality. That's like someone who was born to do it. And I think there are a lot of performers like that.
And I just in general love to see people that have found the thing that makes them alive. Like I mentioned, went to the jungle recently with Paul Rothschild, and he's the guy who belongs. That's the guy where when I got a chance to go from the city to the jungle, and you just the happiness, the joy he had able to jump in the water in the Amazon River and feel like crocodiles and all that, calling friends, probably dances around in the trees with the monkeys. So that he where he belongs. I love seeing that.
Felt that. I watched and felt that. Like you said, enthusiasm, like it radiates. I mean, I love it. Like I never loved snakes so much, and he almost made me. Now I appreciate the beauty of them much more than I did prior to listening to him speak about them. But it's an infectious thing. He actually, we're talking about skyscrapers. I love that he called trees skyscrapers, and I thought that was so great.
And they are. They're so big. I mean, just like skyscrapers, large buildings, they also represent a history, especially in Europe. I like to think all these them, you feel like there's a visceral feeling of power.
Be that
Being in the jungle, among the trees, among the animals, remember that you're forever a part of nature. You're fundamentally our nature. The earth is the living organism, part of that world. And that's humbling, beautiful, that in a real way. It sounds simple to say, but when you actually experience it, it stays with you for a long time. Especially if you're out there alone, spend time in the jungle, but like, and feel that, all of it. No sounds of there, and reasons for trying to have all around you. Bring, and there's like romance. I mean, I romanticize it. It's like monogamous life. Like, why they're also fighting each other. I always wonder, are they arguing, or is it their love language? Like, you know, have a long time, and they're screaming at each other.
that's really funny. Because there aren't that animals that are monogamous, and you highlighted one of them. They literally sound like they're bickering.
But maybe to them it's beautiful. You know, I don't want to judge. They do sound very loud and very obnoxious. But amidst all of that, it's, I don't know.
I think it's so hard. Like, running around, so in our head, consequential, like in the context of your right. I think it's so much more connected. How many people broader. I feel that way when I'm on the ocean. You feel so small, and it feels really beautiful. You know, with no noise, no chatter, no distraction. Yes, just being sounds like very, very quiet.
In all ways, I love coming out into the ocean and feeling the power of the ocean. It's like this.
And you can't fight it, right? You have to sort of be in it. And I think in surfing, what I love about it, I feel like a lot of water sports are like manipulating the environment, you know? And there's something that can be a little like violent about it. Like you look at surfing, and, whereas with surfing, you're like in harmony with it. So you're not fighting it, you're flowing with it. You still have like agency of future can surf and the ocean and learn to understand it, but can't control it.
What's it like to like fall in your face when you're trying to. What? I haven't surfed before. It just feels like I always see videos of when everything's great. Wonder when it doesn't.
Those are the ones people post. No, well, I actually had experience of one of my first times surfing. I only learned a couple of years ago, so I'm not good. I love it. I love everything about it. The physicality, I love the emotion, everything about it. The hardest thing with surfing
Oh my
is
doggy dog.
hanging out. The line of maybe surfing away going out for another step, stuck in that impact line. Nothing you sit there and you try to dive underneath it, and it will pound you and pound you. I've been stuck there while 4, 5, 6 waves just crash on top of your head. And the worst thing you can do is get reactive, and, you know, and scared and try and fight against it. You kind of just have to flow with it until inevitably there's a break, and then paddle like hell back out to the line, or to the beach, whatever, you know, whatever you're feeling. But that, to me, that's the hardest part, the paddle.
How did life change when your father died?
everything changed. Almost overnight, we learned that he was planning to announce his candidacy before he actually did. And nothing about our lives had been constructed in politics. Like, often, when people are exposed to politics at that level, at national level, their first city council run, and then maybe a state level run, and maybe Congress, senator, ultimately the presidency. So it was unheard of for him never to run a campaign and then run for president and win. So it was an extraordinary experience. There was so much intensity, so much scrutiny, um, and so much noise. So that took, for sure, a moment to acclimate to. I'm not sure I ever fully acclimated, but it definitely um, was a super unusual experience. But I think then the process that unfolded over the next couple of years was also like the most extraordinary growth experience of my life. That I probably never would have been doing. And I was talking to people who in 30 seconds would reveal to me their deepest insecurity, their gravest fear, their wildest ambition, all of it, with the hope that telling me that story, it would get back to a potential future president of the United States and have impacts for their family. So the level of candor
Minute,
never
second, every 30 seconds, 120, which is,
going
oh, are you going to be pissed? This is going to be phenomenal. All right, you slut.
and grow so much as a result.
You're in the White House.
They do so in such a raw, vulnerable, and real way. It's shocking and eye-opening and super motivating. I remember once I was in New Hampshire early on, right after my father had announced his candidacy. A man walks up to me in the greeting line, and within around 5 seconds, he started a story about how his daughter had died of an overdose and how he was worried his also did his daughter's friends, and it's heartbreaking. Heartbreaking. It's something that I would experience every day in talking
Versus,
all of
you know, I took a long road trip around the United States in my 20s. And I'm kind of thinking of doing it again, just for like a couple of months, for that exact purpose. And you can get stories. When you go to like a bar in the middle of nowhere, just sit and talk to people. And they start sharing. It reminds you of like how beautiful. It reminds you of several things. One, that people, well, it shows you that a lot of different accents. But aside from that, that people are struggling with all this stuff. And at least at that time, I wonder what it is now. At that time, I don't remember. On the surface, there was like political division, Republicans, Democrats, and so on. But like underneath it, there was people were all the same. The concerns were all the same. There's not that much division. Right now, the surface division has been amplified even more because it's I don't know why. So I would love to see what the country's like now, but I suspect probably it's still not as divided as did you experience?
I think a couple reactions to what you just said. I think the first is when you connect with people like that, you are so inspired by their courage in the face of adversity and their resilience. And it's truly a remarkable experience for me. Out of a bubble I didn't even know I was in. I grew up on the Upper East Side of New York, and I felt like I was well traveled, well educated. I believed at the time that I'd been exposed to divergent viewpoints, and I realized during the campaign how limited my exposure had been relative to what it was becoming. So there was a lot of growth in that as well. But I do think the trail of politics, whether it's worse than the past or not, I think that's a debate. There have been duels, and there's been screaming, and there's politics has always been a bloodsport, and it's always been incredibly. I think in the toxic swirl of social media, it's more amplified, and there's more sort of democratization around participating in it, perhaps, and like the voices are louder, but it's always been feels like it's always been that. Um, but I don't believe most people are like that, and you meet people along the way, and they're not leading with what their politics are. They're telling you about their hopes for themselves and their communities, and it makes you feel that we are a whole lot less divided than the media and others would have us believe.
Although I have to say, you guys are romanticized Westerns. Anyway, all right, please. Okay. But it's true. Like you read some of the stuff, like in terms of politics in the United States, those folks went pretty rough, like way rougher actually. They didn't have social media. They had to go like real hard. The media was running through all the fake news, all of that. That's not nonstop. I look at the journey, and that might be like just a feature of democracy. It's not a bug of the feature. We're in the constant conflict, and it's the way we try to figure out the right way forward. So in the moment, it feels like people are just tearing each other apart, but really, we're trying to find the way. We're like, in the long arc of history, it looks like progress. But in the short term, it just sounds like people making stories up about each other and calling each other names. But there's a purpose to it. I mean, that's what freedom looks like, I guess, is what I'm trying to say, and it's better than the alternative.
I think the vast majority of people.
Sure, yes, that's true.
I think there's a minority of people that are doing most of the killing, and the majority of Americans just want to send their kids to a great school and want their communities to thrive and want to be able to realize their dreams and aspirations. So I saw a lot more of that than it would feel obvious if you looked at like a Twitter.
What went into your decision to join the White House as an advisor?
The campaign, I never thought about joining. It was kind of like get to the end of it. When it started, I was like everything in my life was almost firing on all cylinders. I had two young kids at home. During the course of the campaign, I ended up I was my third, so young family, my businesses, real estate, fashion, working alongside my brothers, running a collection. My life was full and busy, and so there was a big part of me that was just wanting to get through, just get through it, without really thinking forward. But when my father won,
You bitch.
Huh? What? Yeah, we can play this game all fucking night. I like it. It's one of my favorite games. What's up, you little bitch?
I then during the campaign, I was just much more sensitive to the
Oh,
problems
too
that
bad.
Americans
Kick me out. Can't stop, won't stop. Rockefeller gangsta, son. Oh shit.
and how creative at the time
Well,
of it had a very solid job working
Yeah, you slut.
accounting for matter of months kids around thing the for she had arranged childcare for her mornings the interview shows answered answered 5-10 ago does she go to the with her children or did she try to get her car drives the window crack gets pulled out of the interview by because somebody had called the cops after her children in the backseat. She gets thrown in jail. Kids get taken from her. And spends years fighting. I think about an example that I think about I was there and we were homeless. Like I've gone to that interview and I I probably would have. And that is not like an acceptable situation. You know, you hear stories like that and then you get asked, will you come? And it's really hard to say no. You know, I spent 4 years in Washington. I left it all in the field. I was really, and I feel really privileged to have been able to
help many people. But no means you're kind of turning.
felt like that.
Yeah, but then it's all the politics getting it. This. What was it like trying to get stuff done in Washington? And this place for politics became better perspective. And where it's trying to help. What's it like to get it done?
It's an incredible process.
Yes. Yeah.
To get things done. You know, there are a lot of people who would prefer to cling to the problem and their talking points about how they're going to solve it rather than to roll up their sleeves and the work it takes to build coalitions of support, find people who are willing to compromise. move the ball. And so it's extremely difficult. Jared and I talk about it all the time. It probably should be. Because these are highly consequential policies that impact people's lives at scale. It can be so easy to do that. And they are doable, but it's challenging. One of the first experiences I had where it really was just a full grind effort was with tax and the work I did to get the child tax credit doubled. And it just meant meeting after meeting after meeting with lawmakers and why this is good policy. Going into the campaigning, helping them.
All fucking day long we could play that game. That game?
Why it's hard, but it's
Straight banger. Love it. Dog. I can play this fucking game all fucking day.
Struggle trying to